Right, hello. So, getting a bunch of stuff done here. So we are going to announce the build challenge Juliet first. Let me get the right base here. Let's get to the right base. You don't need the DLC for the challenge. This is going to be the base. I put the dimensions, so I'll probably get a million questions about it. But you don't need the DLC. It's just where I'm going to launch it, so... you can just look at the dimensions and spawn it somewhere else. Just make sure it's within the dimensions. So we'll go ahead and we'll bring up the Discord. Let me get that all set up so I can see it. And we'll announce Juliet. So it's not open yet. I will open this as soon as I'm done announcing it. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. So build challenge. Let me record it too. So, build challenge Juliet. This challenge is to build an ultralight airplane. I will disqualify anything that's not an airplane. The build size is limited to the spawn at North Meyer Outpost. Again, you don't need the DLC for this. Just go ahead and use the dimensions. I will spawn it there, but you can spawn it somewhere else as long as it is within 71 blocks long, 63 blocks wide, 21 blocks high. Infinite electric and fuel off. Vehicle damage on. No glitches. No... pivot, rocket, wheel, exhaust deletion, negative mass, or any other glitches, any other glitches. No glitches. New build not previously released to the workshop or started prior to the challenge. Rules, XML is cosmetic only. Must be able to spawn at the North Meyer Outpost. Must cost less than 10,000. Must weigh less than 1,000. Again, it's an ultralight. I have some examples at the bottom. So it's a very specific thing. Ultralights, they have to be under a certain weight. For example, you don't need a pilot's license to operate an ultralight, and part of that is because it doesn't weigh much, so the only thing that's going to get damaged is you when you fall out of the sky. Power is diesel. All microcontrollers and components must be made by you, nothing from the workshop. Testing methodology, I will spawn the ultralight at the North Meyer Outpost. I will take off from spawn, so I'm just going to take off straight from the garage. I will fly around for a short period of time, testing the airplane. I will land at Benson's gas station. So I'll show you the picture at the bottom. Grading, spirit of the challenge. How well does it conform to the spirit of the challenge? 1 to 10. Human factors. How well am I able to interact with it? 1 to 10. Handling, 1 to 10. Aesthetics, 1 to 10. Workshop page, 1 to 10. The winners will be a points winner, captain's favorite, community favorite. Winners will be featured in the credits of my videos until the next challenge winners. I changed that. It used to be a month, but if the challenge runs long, I leave everybody in the credits. If it runs short, I leave everybody in the credits. So credits will change when the next challenge winners are announced. Winners will have Discord roles added. Winners will have their ultralight used in an episode of the Career Build series. Rules will be open to discussion from the posting of this announcement till March 4th, 2024. So the stroke of midnight Monday morning. 0000 Eastern time, Eastern Standard Time, and 0500 Zulu. Build challenge Juliet rules discussion is here again. You have until this date. If we look in there, I just started here, so this is clarification and petition for rule changes. Rules will be locked on 3/4/24. So if you have any rule changes you'd like to propose, they'll be locked at that point. Due date is March 16th. The morning of March 16th, that is a Saturday morning, just like always. So stroke of midnight Friday is the deadline on the 15th. So as soon as the clock ticks over to the 16th, you're done. This is going to be the course. So I'm going to take off here from the, what is it? I'm trying to remember the name of this. North Meyer Outpost. Now I'm going to head down, just take off, fly over the lake here, kind of fly around, see how it flies, come in and land at Benson's gas station. We'll go to Benson's gas station. I'll kind of show you how that looks. I'll bring up my ultralight. We'll just do a quick flight. Here are some examples of ultralights. Again, the point and the whole point of an ultralight is it is super, super light, and that is partly so that you don't need a license for it. It's essentially, some of these weigh as little as like 230 pounds. You know, so they weigh about a half of an American, and you know, so that way if it crashes into your house, it just knocks some shingles off. And this guy gets destroyed. So these are some examples here. So again, I've been working on some ultralights myself. Go ahead and we'll bring some of those, bring one up, and we'll take a look at that. Let me get all my screens fixed here. All right, so let's bring up my ultralight that I worked on the other day. And I'll just do a quick, like, kind of show you guys what it's going to be like as far as how it will be tested. So let's go to ultralight. All right, so you have up to 1,000 mass and 10,000. So to put that in perspective, this ultralight is 407, and it costs under 5. So you've got more than double the mass and more than double the cost. The other ultralight I made here a while ago is 406, and it's 66. So, you know, again, the purpose of this is to be tiny, light, and cheap. So, you know, you're not getting like $50,000 ultralights. The point of it is it's supposed to be tiny, light, and cheap. All right, so let's go take a quick flight here. Sure, all my sounds are up. Good, good, good. All right, let's put the flaps down. All right, so a little takeoff there. We get the flaps up here in a second. I'm just putting the flaps up as I'm flying here. So we're just going to take off here. We'll start turning toward the lake. Kind of see how it handles. Now, if you notice, mine's pretty wobbly in the roll regime. That's because it has no gyros. So, you know, this isn't going to be huge on handling. The better you get the handling, of course, the better the points. But, you know, the big things are what this is all about. The spirit of the challenge is making something that's cheap and light, and that is the main thing. So, you know, if it's a little bit wobbly here and there, that's not a huge concern to me. You might lose a point on handling, but the main things for me is that it's going to be cheap and light, as that is the whole crux of the challenge. See if I can find Benson's here. It's coming up. So it's a little bit of an off-field landing here. I'm just looking for it. There it is right there. So is that it? I believe that's it. Let me look. Let me look where we're at here. Okay, it's further this way. So it's right over here. There's kind of an off-field landing. So it'll be a short flight. Just kind of seeing how the dynamics are. There it is right there. Start putting the flaps in. Flaps coming in. Retrim. Now we'll come in for a landing here at Benson's. I'm not expecting, you know, extremely great landings anyways. You know, you kind of see how my ultralight's going here on landings. It's not the prettiest because, again, we're landing off-field. Again, these are designed to, like, land in farmers' fields and land off-field. Little grass strips. They're not, you're not going to airports with these, generally. You know, they're too slow to go into airports. You know, they would hold up all the traffic, so... So a little short off-field landing like this. There we go. Brakes, brakes, brakes. Hopefully land better than that. But that's the whole thing. So that will be the challenge. So let's see if we have any questions. Why is this display cap still on? All right, let's go ahead. I stopped the recording. Let's read some chats here. How's it going there, Aaron? How are you? How's it going there, Hyperion, also known as Alistair? How's it going there, Daniel K., also known as many other names as well? Yep, next build challenge. Yep, so the thing with these is, if you notice, you know, what is it? Not yesterday, day before. This takes a lot of tuning. You know, part of my landing sucking there was I was way too high and I got lost going to the to Benson's, so... I'll make sure that I'll be well practiced, let's put it that way, by the time we get to the challenge and coming in there. So I needed to approach lower. I tried slam dunking it in. But, the big things are going to be that I care most about is that it's inexpensive and that it's light. Let me see. How's it going there, Amanda? How's it going there, 3D Tornado? How are you? How's it going there, JDH? How are you? Install the heatsink at the bottom of my monitor where the large bezel is, and it caused a small laptop monitor, so tight and decoder. Okay. How's it going there, Citrus? I just ate as well. I had some lovely pizza. Build challenge rules. Yeah, they're not. Yeah, you're not paying attention. I said I will open them once the announcement is done. So. Hello, Tanab. How are you? Yep, challenging challenge. That's how we like it. Yep, cheap and light, ultralight. Yep. How do you like the flight controls? WASD pitch roll, and then left-right arrows are the yaw, and up-down are throttle. That is my preferred method. All right, good. So let's go ahead. I'm going to open that up so that everybody can see it. All right, so that is now viewable. So it's going to be a little bit more of a challenging one. And that's part of the thing is, like, if I had a 56-meter long ship that was the challenge, it's going to take you a long time to build the components of the ship to fill out the rooms, and do all the systems, and to make the ship feel like it's not empty. You have something like this that is let me open up the discussions too. If you have something like this, it's very technical. So if you saw a couple days ago when I was working on my ultralight there, just tiny little like 10% changes was too much. I had to go to 100th% changes. Not 100%, but 100ths of in the changes for the numbers, So you'll have to go really, really precise in order to make some of these things work, and that's the challenge of it. So, some of this small stuff is the most challenging stuff because you really, the lighter the weight is, any shift in center of gravity, any shift in, control surface, any shift in thrust is really going to have a huge effect. If you have a big airplane and you move the tail back, 3 meters, it's going to have a very minimal effect. If you have something tiny and you move it back 3 meters, well, that's 50%. And so that's going to have a huge effect. So you notice like how very specifically balanced this is. Like if I step on the nose, it goes down. Step on the tail, it leans back. This is very precisely balanced. This one has this one little tank. One thing I will do before I actually go and fly them is these little tanks, they're going to start with not that much fuel. So if we look here, I've been doing this on some of the streams. If you look at the tank when we spawn it, it has about 4.8 liters of diesel. Don't worry, I will be filling it up first. So we'll do pump out and I will fill it. So if we fill this up, we can pressurize the liquid to 60 atmospheres. There's some air in there, so the liquid's not 100% to 60. But as you notice, now we have 31 liters of diesel. So we can pressurize that fuel into there. So I will be plugging it in first. So if you're struggling with fuel capacity, make sure you're filling your tank up. That would be a big tip I'd have, is you notice the difference there was like showing 4, now it's showing 31. So that's a considerable amount of fuel. So, you would need 10 tanks to get the same amount of fuel if you didn't bother filling them up. So make sure you're filling them up. That way, this tank here, this ultralight can go from military to FJ and back without any issues with this small fuel tank. So, make sure, just keep that in mind that I will be filling the tanks up. So you don't need enormous tanks. You just need to make sure you fill it up before. This is just for reference. This, I believe, has a 3-cylinder in here. Goes 160 knots. Again, I don't care about speed. Again, it's an ultralight. Some of these ultralights go like 30 miles an hour. I believe it's a 3. Let me look. I've changed this one to a 3. Yep, 3-cylinder on this one. So pretty tiny. It's and it still has really good performance. So that's kind of how I'm going to be taking it off. You do have a little bit of a ramp up there. If I need to go longer, I can keep going longer. You know, that's the benefit of the roads being just painted on, is I can just keep going until I take off. One thing I like to see in the workshop pages is helpful. What speed would you like me to rotate at? So, for example, you don't have to get it perfect, but for example, like for this, let's go out on flat terrain. So, like for this one likes to take off around 70 knots. So I'm not going to use the ramp up. We'll go out here first, and then I'll just so we can get an accurate speed. But you know, there's a good chance of, you know, banging the tail if I'm just constantly rotating. So, like, you know, this is how you would do it IRL. They have rotation speeds in the plane IRL, and what you want to do is you want to get going. If I look at my gauge here, about vertical is 70. So right there, see it went as soon as the needle went vertical, we took off. So that's kind of it's good to put on there. You know, you don't have to, but it helps me out, and it's good to help me out when it's a challenge. And so you know, that is good to have your rotation speed. So for this one, 70 knots is a good rotation speed. See if we can get a better landing in there. At I got to put the flaps up. You know, make sure everything's nice and you know, same stuff before. You know, make sure everything's nicely labeled and workshop page. The more instruction you have there, less frustration, the fewer attempts I'm gonna have to do to try to learn how to fly it. So, but as Phil was asking, you know, my preferred method. You don't have to use my preferred method, but you know, it will make it harder for me to fly it if I'm having to reinvent the wheel. So I use WS for pitch, AD for roll, left right for yaw, and then up down for my throttle. You know, I find that easiest because I can have my two hands, they can stay in the same position the whole time. So I'm going to put in the flaps here, put in flaps, 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 flaps. And I need to retrim every time you do new trim. So what, I'm not going to come bombing in like I did last time. We'll do a little bit of a pattern here. So let's go on downwind. So take a little bit more care than I did the first landing here. So like you notice, I've got the needle there right here is about vertical, so I'm keeping an eye on that. So you don't have to go super complex in the gauging. As you can see, I have simple gauging here. The spirit of the challenge, again, is to make an ultralight. Ultralights are designed to be cheap, affordable. Like, you can get them for very little money. You don't need a license to operate them, so you don't need a ton of stuff. You know, you don't need moving maps, you know, all that stuff. You know, you've got double the mass that I have, so I have a 407 and a 406 mass ultralight. Both of them are sub $7,000, so you've got up to 10. So here we are, we're on final for benzins. We're a little bit fast, so this is more of like what a real approach would look like. You know, you're in a pattern, so now see we're much lower than the first time. We're on speed. Nicely balanced. You know, I don't care if I run past the parking lot a little bit. It's just mostly I'm trying to land it off field because these never operate on airports. They just, I wouldn't say never, but you know, most of the time they don't. There we go. All right, that one didn't tip over, so that was a little bit better of a landing. So we'll catch up a chat here. Let me see. I did try changing keybinds QE instead of side arrows like Armor 3 controls would have it. It was easier then with press the buttons. Yeah, my personal reason why I like this is I keep my fingers glued to WSAD. And then, you know, I can press the Alt key with my thumb, and then I can trim what I need to. Generally, IRL and in-game, you can be trimming your pitch. And then I can keep my hands on up, down, left, right. A lot of people have never flown before, don't realize how often you have to change your throttle. It's constant. It's constant. Throttle up, throttle down, trim, trim, trim. Throttle up, throttle down, trim, trim, trim. And so you're constantly, every time you pitch your nose down, you're going to gain airspeed, so you need to pull back the throttle. Every time you pitch your nose up, you're going to lose airspeed. You need to add some throttle. And every time you do a pitch power configuration change, you need a trim. So it's constant. And so by having my fingers always there, some people like 1-2. Well, that means I have to take my fingers off of roll or pitch to do 1-2. So now I can't roll or pitch. So for example, when you come into land, I needed to give it a little bit of extra power there at the last second. I can keep my fingers on WSAD, still pitch and roll, and add power. If it's on 1-2, I have to then reach up, take my fingers off of roll, and I lose control of my roll while I'm trying to fix my throttle. So that's kind of why I gravitate towards this system. It makes it so that I can do all the things that I would really need to do IRL in order to fly it properly. Constantly having to make power changes. And literally every time you pitch your nose down, you expect that you're going to be gaining airspeed. It's something that, when I was a flight instructor, it took a little while to get students to realize that as the nose goes down, the throttle comes out. As the nose comes up, throttle goes in. So it's a constant dance. And it doesn't have to be a lot. It's a little. And then, if you get a little gust of wind, you might have to add a little throttle or take off a little throttle, depending where it's coming from. So it's constant. So I like having those reachable. Yeah, I see my issue with WSAD and QE is, again, the same thing. Is I need to, especially if you have a crosswind. Let's go into... I'm going to paint really quickly. Let's bring up... it should have the instrument approach. So just like some flight mechanics stuff of how you control an airplane. So here's my instrument approaches. Oh, there it is. Okay. So if we look at the airport diagram here for military base, as you're coming in the airport, you always want to consider where the wind's coming from. And so let's get an arrow going here. So if the wind is coming from here, when you're coming in, the plane is going to naturally weather vane into the wind. And so if we quickly draw a little airplane here. So here's our little airplane. All right, so that's our airplane, wings and tail. All right, so as you're coming in, the plane's naturally going to want to weather vane into the wind. So you actually come in like this. Now, this is exaggerated, but you come in like this. So that's how you come in when you're coming into land. You come into the wind like this. You have your left wing down. You're angled into the wind. I'll probably put wind at... I'm going to put wind at calm. It's going to be a very light airplane, 0 wind. So I'm not going to worry about wind. But as you're coming in like this, you can't land sideways. You would break the gear. And so what you want to do is as you're coming in, you have your left wing down to keep you from sliding to the right. And so you have your left wing down. And then right before you touch down, you need to use your left rudder to kick the tail out like that. So at the very last second, you kick the tail out to touch down so that you touch down straight. And so, kind of having it as QE, the problem is, if you have a little bit of wind up, or you just need to make a correction as you're coming in, you're either losing your roll or your pitch to do the rudder. Doing it this method, the reason I like it is, I can be flying, pitch, pitch, roll, yaw, and throttle all at once. The most important controls, my fingers are constantly on them. So as I'm coming in, getting a little fast, I can adjust the throttle, adjust the pitch, kick the rudder, straighten it out, land, and then you're good. So that is why I tend to prefer that method, because IRL, you need all those controls all the time. Now, the only annoying thing is it's constant wind noise when we're up here. So just do that to get rid of it. But yeah, so this is the land area. There's plenty of area to land here. I will extend it. It doesn't have to land on the asphalt. Again, I can run off. That's fine. But pretty simple there. It's it's complex, and the factors you're gonna have to work on are gonna be quite. It's gonna be a lot of tuning. Let's put it that way. XML cosmetics, as you can see, I have XML block hiding all these microcontrollers. You don't necessarily need wing parts. You can use just control surfaces and block, and so you can hide all the microcontrollers in there. And if you want, you can hide them with XML blocks as well. But again, this one's 407 mass on this one, so pretty light. Let me see what the brakes are doing here. Okay, so the reason why we keep cartwheeling is I need to fix my seat. So I currently have the space bar is toggle. It should be pushed. That's why we cartwheeled, was the brakes were on. That would make sense. I was like, something's up with this. Right here. Toggle, this should be push, and this is brakes. All right. So like I started doing a little bit. Let me grab an ultralight here. All right, so I started working on one last night that was later. Let me show you my XML first on this one. So again, it's cosmetic only. These builds are a pretty good use case for XML because it's gonna be hard to hide your microcontrollers. See, you can do that if you want. There's a these are wing segments, but if you wanted to put in some block, you can put in a microcontroller in here and then XML a block. So for example, in this space, you could put 2 microcontrollers, 3x3, and then you can put an XML block across all of them if you want to hide them if you liked. So that's perfectly fine, and that's what I mean by XML cosmetics. So you can do that. These have wing segments in them. You can make them without wing segments. You can make them with them if you want. You know, I was working on an example last night trying to see how light I could get it. Just this one's like 333. You know, so you can get it pretty light. You know, the other ultralight I have is this one. You know, this is another thing. If you have a bunch of microcontrollers you want to hide, you can do like a twin boom design. That's what I did on this one. And you see you get a lot of microcontroller hiding space there. But you can also use the wings as well. I have microcontrollers under here. So that's part of the whole thing here is hiding microcontrollers. They're all here. I think I might have, nope, none in there. So they're all back here, in there. You know, if you want a quick little tip for, you know, skipping some nodes, like for example, this just has push starter on it. I don't have this as an auto restart, so I just press 6. Press and hold 6. So the starter is directly controlled right to the seat. So that keeps a node off of your engine microcontroller. Yeah. So interested to see what people are going to have. What people are going to be able to come up with. But as you can see, the money should be fine. It's 10,000. That's double what any of my microlights or ultralights are. And the mass is more than double any of the ones I have. So should be fine on that as well. But this is the base it's going to be spawned at. Again, if you don't have the DLC, just go by the dimensions. The dimensions are posted. As long as they're made by you, that's what the rules say. So, we'll read the part of the rules really quickly here. All microcontrollers and components must be made by you. That's it. Nothing from the workshop. That's it. So as long as you've made them, whether past, present, or future, that's fine. Just can't be using other people's stuff. You got to make your own. Yep, so this one's going to be challenging. I kind of expect that. It's, like, if you watched the other day, it took me, you know, quite a while to get the tuning in. You know, the actual chassis of this is pretty small. You've got 2 weeks. You know, you could get the chassis built in an hour. And then, you know, that gives you the rest of the time to do all the tuning to get it, you know, the balanced and everything else. But this should help people learn how to balance out an airplane, because this is going to be super particular. Like if you have a big airplane, like I said, you can really move things pretty far away from center of gravity, and it doesn't have that big of an effect. You have something tiny like this, any move around, you know, of the center of gravity is going to, any movement of the center of gravity is going to have a big effect, because, you know, it's relatively a big change, you know. All right, let's work on Teth Ease. If you read the patch notes or watched my video on the patch notes from Wednesday, you know, I went over a little bit of the new block behavior. So, you know, before, for example, pipe's a good example of this. So before, when you took a pipe and you put it on there, it would automatically rotate. Now, some people prefer that. Some people prefer this system where it doesn't rotate on you. Before, like if you stuck this block on the end, it would automatically go like that. And then if you stuck it on the top, it would automatically go like that. They changed that. People have been asking for that. If you read what the devs wrote, they are asking for feedback. So I already see some people on Reddit bitching about it. They asked for feedback. Go put some constructive feedback in the discussions. Put it on the bug tracker feature request. They asked for feedback. Give them the feedback. They're looking for the feedback. That's something they've been doing recently, trying to get more feedback from the community. So go ahead and do it. Right here it says, this change obviously reworks a fundamental vehicle editor behavior that many players will be used to. While we expect most players will be relieved that this is finally has changed, we are also aware that some players may feel that they are used to the old behavior, however confusing it was. Let us know your thoughts and feedback. You got to read the subtext and the text of what they're writing here. They're asking if people are happy with this. If they're not, they want to know. Be constructive. Some people I always think that it's best to put it as an option. That would be my commentary to them is, make it a checkbox. It seems like most people in the comments have liked the new system. I like the new system. There's a couple applications where I prefer the old one. Would I bother going and checking the box to get the old functionality back? Probably not. But I always think it's good practice to have a checkbox. So if that is your opinion or you like the old system, go put it in the comments here or even better on the bug tracker. They're asking for your feedback. Going to Reddit and bitching is not proper feedback. Go to where they want you to do it and give your feedback. They are literally asking for it. It was like with the fishing update. They literally asked for everybody's feedback. They got a bunch of feedback. And then in the Q&A, they talked about how they've been listening to that feedback, and they've been writing it down as things to add to the game. They're asking for that feedback. So go ahead and give some feedback. Go to the bug tracker and search. See if somebody's already posted that, hey, we'd like this as an option, and just start. If they get like 64 stars for, hey, we'd like it as an option, they might go put that functionality. And I don't think they want to waste their time doing something that 5 people are going to want. So if you show them that a lot of people are going to want this, they'll likely put it on their to-do list. Many times. Phil, they're constantly doing it. Go look at the fucking patch notes, Phil. Jesus. I keep hearing that sentiment. I don't understand it. Like, these are all feedback changes they make here. The orientation sticky, people have been asking for that for quite a while. They worked on boat sinking. Feedback. Let's see. People were bitching about how you can use rotors in space to be able to turn. They fixed that. You can go look at the bug tracker. People are always putting these things on there that, oh, you can use rotors in space. That's not realistic. And then they fix it here. You can see it's numbered. So this is all numbers from the bug tracker, Phil. So when you say that, when's the last time that they've reacted on feedback? These are things that people in the community have posted on the bug tracker, and these are things they have fixed based on the feedback of the community. So I keep seeing that sentiment. I just don't understand it. Week before. Let's go to the week before. Oh, look, all these are from the bug tracker that people from the community put on there that they went and worked on. Whether or not they fixed them perfectly or not is irrelevant. They are working on the feedback that's the thesis there, is that they're not following feedback. These are literally the feedback that people have been putting on there. There it is right there again. Right here. There's another one from the bug tracker, which is people from the community's feedback. From the bug tracker, people from the community's feedback. From the bug tracker, people from the community's feedback. I'm just doing all the numbered ones. From the bug tracker, people from the community's feedback. So I just don't understand that sentiment at all. I didn't put the screen on, but here, we'll go through it again. All these numbered items are from the bug tracker that people have put their feedback, and they are literally putting the numbered things on there and go look at them. So I just don't understand that sentiment at all. I certainly don't think they do the perfect job. Absolutely not. They screw up a lot of stuff. But, they are at least trying, and I give them a lot of credit for trying. They're taking these things that people have been reporting, and they are fixing them. You know, you can see it here. Every one of these is numbered. You can go back in the bug tracker and you can look up the number and you can see what the item they fixed is. And these are all posts from people on the community. These are not them just fixing what they wanted to fix. These are them going back. Okay, these are all things that people have been putting on the bug tracker and they are fixing them. Yeah, every single one of these, every single numbered one is from the bug tracker. You know, not to mention people asked for gimbal parts. They got gimbal parts. People asked for a variable pitch propeller. We got variable pitch propellers. You know, people asked for the steering wheels to disappear so that when you spawn a vehicle like Tethy's here and you look on the map and it's got 28, well, it doesn't anymore, because they followed what the community asked for. Here, I should have shown you what it looked like here. Let's look what it looks like now. This was feedback from the community. Oh my God, one steering wheel, okay? How do you get that one steering wheel back? People were bitching when the Space DLC came out that, oh, I've got 10 steering wheels in my build. What is this? They didn't read the bug report or the features. They added this block. Take the block off. Spawn it. Ah, fucking shit. Hit the wrong button again. All right. See all these little steering wheels? That was something people were consistently bitching about. Why do we have all these steering wheels? Why do we have all these steering wheels? So they listened to player feedback, and they added the map icon block. And you take the map icon block, and you post it on the main body, and you spawn it. Wait till it spawns in. There we go. And now you have one steering wheel block. So this notion that they're not listening to the community, I really don't understand. Like, they can't listen to everybody. Some things are contradictory, but they are listening in general, and they are literally weekly filling these things out. You know, they'll never be able to do what everybody wants. Of course they can't, you know. I don't understand the sentiment. It's literally like Reddit's full of like, oh, they're listening to players for a change. You know, when they post something that you don't want doesn't mean that they're not listening to the players. They're just not listening to you. You know, if that's the claim, they're not listening to me. Well, okay, yeah, sure. They're not listening to me either. They're listening to the community in general, and they're listening to, you know, and they're also doing the things they want to do as well, you know. But they are listening to the community in general. All right, let's see. We need, what do we need? Lighting in here. Let's do that. Find this block. All right, start doing a little bit of lighting here. Finishing that up. Trying to do a little bit of time. I don't want to do too much lighting as it bores me after a while. So we worked on winches yesterday, putting some of those in. It's under here. Yeah, we're not going to want to go in there. Let's see. Do I have a cavity somewhere? Probably right here, maybe. Could go right there. Yeah, I can go right there. Okay. All right, let's see. Where do we want the lights on this? Measure with pinkies. That is obviously an even number, which is gross. Let's go 10s on there. Yeah, there's a good post by Moydog. There's a game Squad. I don't play it that often, but it's kind of a realistic tactical shooter. And, you know, he did a good, it was kind of almost a flame video where he's talking about the, you know, Squad's dead. And Squad isn't dead. And he goes through, and it's kind of a mocky video where he's talking about, like, you've got the parts of the community say, oh, Squad's dead. And it's because they came out with this update, and it was to make the game more realistic in a sense of, you know, there's suppression. It's supposed to make it slow. It's supposed to be a tactical shooter where you slow down gameplay, where you have slow, methodical gameplay. It's important that you have a good squad leader who will be able to command everybody. And that's what the game is supposed to be like. And a lot of people were playing it like COD. And so they were running around by themselves, just trying to go get the highest kills on the kill count. They weren't playing it like, the developer wanted it to be played, like the game was advertised. And so the devs came out with a patch that made it more how it was supposed to be, where it was a slower, more methodical gameplay. They changed the recoil on the guns to make them less laser beams and more like real guns. And so, of course, the Call of Duty community playing Squad was pissed off about it. And so, again, that part of the community was a big vocal minority who thought that they were the be-all, end-all of Squad, and so they constantly complained about it. Oh, they ruined the game. The game's dying. Nobody's going to play anymore. All the same things you hear about every game that goes through that cycle. And, so Moydog went over it, and he shows how, every metric the game is doing better. It has more players. It has every metric showing that the patch was actually for the best. And it doesn't always happen like that, but that's kind of the point. Is just because a bunch of people are complaining about it doesn't necessarily mean that it is the sentiments of the greater community. And so that's kind of the point why I even bring it up. And so you see that quite consistently. Is how many people said, "Oh, stormworks is dead after pressurization update." Still kicking. Some people left, and frankly, great. If they weren't enjoying the game anymore, they should move on and go play something else. That doesn't mean constructive criticism is bad. I agree. Constructive criticism is great. Literally, they asked for constructive criticism. So, go give it to them. All right, lights are in. All right, let's see. Let's read some more chat. Can it be a boat? Yeah. Let me catch up with some chat here. Did try changing key. Yeah, autopilots are all about workload reduction. So I'm reading Mana's comment about pilots being glad for autopilots on 10-hour flights. The longest flight I used to hand fly in the airlines was New York to Boston, and it's only like an hour and a half. It gets very exhausting. It also it increases the workload on the other pilot. So the way you operate is you have pilot flying, pilot not flying, and so you generally alternate. So the captain might fly the first leg, FO flies the second leg, and you alternate leg by leg by leg. And so if you're the pilot flying, if you're hand flying it like when you first take off, the pilot not flying has to spin all of your mode control panel knobs. Once the pilot flying puts the autopilot on, they spin their own mode control knob. So it also allows the other pilot to, have some workload reduction. So most of autopilot is about workload reduction. For like on a 10-hour flight, it's better. For example, like if you have an emergency, the autopilot's one of your best friends because you and the other pilot can run through the emergency checklists. You can do all the line items, and the plane can pretty much stay on course as you're doing all these other things. And so the main purpose for an autopilot is workload reduction. It allows you to relax. Like if you're going to fly 10 hours a day, by letting it take some of that slack off is very helpful. I'm trying to think what I want in this front little bump out here. I might just put like table and chairs or something here. Not much space for it. Trying to think. I was thinking of putting a like a med bed, like a little med station here. I could do it up front here. Trying to think where it's going to be most useful because we have the helipad here, and so likely you'd be bringing people in to here from the helipad if they need to go in the med bed. You could be bringing them on with a boat, but you just bring up the stairs, I guess. So I think we'll kind of do that. I'm just trying to decide where some of these rooms go. Where is some of the other lighting I need? I did most of the lighting down here. This big room, I haven't decided what I want to do with most of the space yet, so I haven't put lights in here yet. This could use light in here. Let's do that. Where did I put that? Where did I put the microcontroller? That's fine where I just put that. Oh, up here. It's up here for now. Okay. Let's see. All right, let's do the... Let's grab that micro. Catch up on chat here in a second, too. Where did that go? That went off into space. Where is it? See if I can spot it. It went. Oh, it's right here. Okay. I don't like these arrows. You always grab the wrong arrow. They are annoying. Need a build system in here. Need a bunch of stuff. Yeah, I haven't played Arma in a while. I did a little bit of flying Arma. I used to like to play King of the Hill. King of the Hill was my favorite Arma mode. You had to play for quite a while to get jets. You know, but I used to like to fly in Arma. I remember one where I chased a guy for like 25 minutes. I was chasing him. I was out of ammo, and then finally I had to go try to land and rearm. Just ran out of ammo, but King of the Hill used to be a lot of fun. I haven't played Arma in forever. I was really hoping the new Arma was going to be great, but who knows? Aaron, read the rules. I will disqualify anything that is not an airplane. And I put that in quotation. I put that with exclamation points for the very specific reason that I knew people were going to immediately try to build helicopters. An airplane. Yep. Yeah, I like the sticky rotation. Again, there's sometimes I would like the other one, but personally, I'm not going to probably bother clicking the button if there was a button. You know, I think it's best practices to always put a checkbox. But, you know, the devs asked, you know, what are your thoughts? That is a key. That is like a very not subtle hint. Hey, guys, we made this change. Do you like the change? Do you not like the change? If you don't like the change, what don't you like to change about it? You know, so some people are not reading some of that subtext. That's what they're asking. They say, hey, guys, we made a new change. Most people were asking for this, so we put this change in. Do you guys like it? Do you not like it? What don't you like about it? What do you think could make it better? That's what that subtext of that paragraph is. So, for example, the people going on Reddit bitching, oh my god, they keep making the game more shitty. Like literally somebody's post today, I posted. They asked for feedback. Go give them feedback. And the person, to their credit, asked, oh, where can I give them feedback? So I posted the link to the bug tracker. And I told them, search. I bet you there's some posts on there. Let's look at the bug tracker real quick. You know, if you, for example, I think it's good practice for them to always put a, not always, there's sometimes where it's going to be conflicting, they can't do it. But for the most part, if it's something small like that, like a UI change, put a checkbox. Like, I think there should be a checkbox. I think there should be a clean oil button. You know, people have been asking for that. Deltar's literally said in the QA that they're going to add a clean oil button. So back to the commentary about them not listening to the community. The community's been asking for a clean oil button for a long time. They have a lot of work. You can see week after week after week, they've been doing bug fix, bug fix, bug fix. They're busy. It's on their list. He said it's literally on their list and it's coming, you know, at some point. They can't promise when, but it's coming at some point, you know. And so, let's see if we can find somebody posted this. So let's search first. Sticky. All right, sticky zoom. Control becoming sticky. Sticky. Nope, none of that. So let's see if we have any. This came out Wednesday. I don't see any posts yet. Pipes enlarging. Yeah, this is if you use XML pipes. Yeah, that one's XML pipes. All right, so here, I'll start the first. I don't see it. I'm gonna try to do my due diligence here and actually do some search here. I searched for sticky. We'll go through for a couple. You see, these are like a week old, so like this came out Wednesday, so 2 days ago. So let's look. 12 hours ago. Fuel and mineral updated. Okay, map tile lines invisible. 2 days ago. Hello. Okay, no visible and fuel pumps, electrical. See, so you got all those people bitching about that. They like the old way, but none of them have bothered to post anything. So go to create issue. Feature. All right, let's find the actual statement. Let me see, where is it here? All right, so copy that. Subject. Let's actually look at what it's called so they know what the hell I'm talking about. Sticky rotation update. Okay. Sticky rotation update. Sticky. Did I spell? So I've labeled it to be what the update was. All right, sticky rotation update feedback. All right, so anybody who's searching for the sticky update stuff should be able to find the post. All right. All right, so I quoted their thing looking for feedback. We have sticky rotation updates. So again, some people put just put like, some asinine subject heading. Put a subject heading that people can search for. So sticky rotation update, feature. I put the quote of what I'm talking about here. And so here, however confusing it was, let us know your thoughts and feedback. I thought it would offer some feedback on the update. Personally, I like the new way it is, as I want the blocks to stay in position that I leave them. I have noticed most of the comments seem to like the change, some do not. It would be nice if there was a checkbox so you could have it either way. All right, simple, easy, digestible, submitted. All right, so if you like that, I'll put it on the feature request thing. If you want it to be an option, again, it's not going to happen tomorrow. Might not happen in a year, but they're asking for some feedback. Doing a bunch of duplicates. They talked in the Q&A. How do you get yourself put on low priority? Which I agree with. Most of my stuff should be low priority. If I look at all of my bug tracker stuff, most of it's low priority. Should be low priority. They say the easiest way to get on low priority is if it's constantly doing duplicates. So don't do duplicates. Search, star. The system will automatically boot you if you're a duplicate for obvious reasons. Instead of them reading 400 bug tracker reports, they could read 20. And if everybody would just, stop making new stuff and, and actually like star and support other people's posts that are already on there. So that's up. If you guys would like it to be a checkbox, or you like it the old way, put the comment in that thread, and then they can see what the tenor of the community is. All right, let's catch up with chat here. Yeah, but I like the sticky rotation personally. You want to see the aircraft cooling system? Here, let's. I'll go back to that there, Misha. It's pretty much I'll tell you how it is now, and I'll show you in a second. It's pretty much just the drive shaft going to an impeller, going through the coolant manifold, going through a stock old non-electric radiator. But I'll show it to you in a second. Let me catch up with chat. I'll go do that. But you can use rotors to turn in space. If you shift your weight, you can shift your orientation. Okay. Yes, like cats. Yep. If you put cats in space, they would take it over everything. Oh, shit. Let's see. I hate it when chat jumps. It makes it hard. No idea, Citrus. We'll see. Like if I'm enjoying doing missions, I'll stick with those. If you know, if it feels like it'd be good to do some multiplayer fishing, we can do that. So I kind of just play it by ear. Yeah, I might put them on a schedule at some point if people would like that. Yeah. Yep, rip stormworks. Steam doesn't work there, Tripper. Does a rudder work in air or only water? All fins should work in air and water. Some of the control surfaces are not that effective in water. But the control surfaces all work in air. Rudders work in the air. Fin rudders work in the air and in water. Yeah, some of the pilots on King of the Hill are really pretty good. It's nice and it's not to a certain extent in Arma. They did this update, it was many years ago now, but I really liked where they did it was like a realism pass on helicopters, and they gave you the option where you could select to have your helicopter or your plane fly more realistically. So, for example, you could over torque your rotors. It made it really challenging to fly helicopters, so that's the setting I always put it on. So some of the players, like, they'll use the kind of the more arcadey settings, and they can, like, fly backwards and upside down and do stuff like that. If you went on, like, the more realistic settings, you couldn't. But, yeah, like, King of the Hill was really cool, for those who don't know, is that you had 3 bases, and then you had a central, like, area of operation. And so all the players would spawn at the bases, and then you would have to either drive in or walk in or fly in. Most of the time, you got flown in by helicopters. And so it was almost like a job where good helicopter pilots would fly in. And so, like, a good pilot could fly you in at tree level, put you right between 2 houses, fly out and get back to base, go pick up another set of people. Not so good pilots would come in at high altitude, and they would let everybody parachute in. The problem was then you could get hit by anti-air missiles. And so, like what Phil's talking about, some of the pilots are pretty nuts. I used to be a pretty good helicopter pilot in Arma. I think I still have some of my old videos. Like, we used to play Altus Life, which was an Arma life mod. And, like, I was always the one that would fly the helicopters. But, yeah, I liked Arma. Well, let's go through that comment about they do not see the community asking for multiplayer improvements. I think they do. I think the problem is the community has an unrealistic expectation of what multiplayer can do. If you've been watching the fishing multiplayer, we're able to do quite a bit. We're able to do, what do we have, 6 people on, 7 people on, all on my PC. We had somebody in California, somebody in Canada, me on the East Coast of the U.S. We had 4 more people in various parts of Europe. And we had no issues. We had 4 boats out at one point, no issues, minimal desync. I think one person was having desync who had, admittedly pretty bad internet at the moment. The problem is you get on a multiplayer server where, and even Deltar has alluded to this in the Q&A, they never envisioned people playing multiplayer like that. They never envisioned people taking a Titanic and spawning a Titanic, which again is not even supposed to be in the game. They had to edit the workbench in order to be able to even build it. So they had to mod the game files to be able to even get that in the game. So obviously it's not a desirable feature of the game. It's not a designed feature of the game, let's put it that way. And so you'll get like people spawn 4 Titanics in game, and then you have one up in the Arctic, one down at Meyer, one at Sawyer, and that's not what they envision multiplayer to be. They envision multiplayer to be like we've been playing fishing. You know, you have 4 or 5 people on a boat doing missions. 4 or 5 people on a boat doing fishing. 4 or 5 people in the general area with 4 or 5 vehicles mining. That's what they envisioned it being. The problem is you get on a multiplayer server that doesn't have any rules, and you get builds that were never intended to be in the game, like big Titanics. You have people who are flying jets at Mach 1, and so you have people with absolute potato internet. You have some of these servers, to my understanding, have no ping limit. So, like in Tarkov I was talking about, in Tarkov, if your ping goes over 200 for too long, you get booted from the game. Gone. And so, because you're going to slow down the whole server, you're going to ruin other players' experiences, so you get booted from the server. My understanding is those people with huge pings get to stay. And so, you know, I don't think that this game is ever going to be able to do that. You know, it has too many physics calculations. We're building these builds oftentimes not optimized at all. You know, a lot of people, they have spaghetti code in there, their own microcontrollers. They have no physics flutters. They build ships, again, like I said, that should not even be in the game, that were built with a modded workbench, which is fine if you're a single player, but you start going into a public multiplayer game, you know, the game can't handle it as it is, and now you're trying to bring it into a multiplayer environment. You know, any game will have issues where if you put 2 blocks in, for example, let me see if I have the video. I got stuck in the wall in Tarkov yesterday. You know, Tarkov is a very, very lucrative, big-ass game. I got stuck in the wall. I think I deleted it. I got stuck in the wall. I was trying to jump over the wall. The server desynced. I got stuck in a chain link fence. And I had to kill myself with a grenade. You know, that is a much, much bigger, more expensive game with many, many devs. And I got stuck in a fence yesterday. You know, and so I think a lot of the issues people have with multiplayer in Stormworks is, public multiplayer in Stormworks, is they're expecting too much out of it. You know, if you put Crash 2 builds together in a single-player game, if you have 2 blocks going into each other, your SCV environment will go through the roof. Because the game does not know what to do when 2 objects are occupying the same space. You know, you have the same issue with Grand Theft Auto. If you get blocks glitching into each other, the game freaks out. Tarkov, you know, I got stuck in a chain link fence, and the game was all glitching out. I couldn't get out of the chain link fence. I was stuck. You know, so I think part of that, like when people like fix multiplayer, their idea is not realistic. The idea that you're going to be able to go into the Wild West in a public multiplayer and do whatever you want, spawn whatever you want. You know, you had people the other day asking, like, oh, can you guys add bigger workbenches? You had the first question on the Q&A was, will you ever have the capability for me to spawn many kilometer long vehicles? Like vehicles kilometers long. There is no ship in the world that is a kilometer long, let alone kilometers long. You know, there's a block limit in the game for a reason, because the game can only process so many blocks at once. And you go into a multiplayer environment, and you get a bunch of people in the Wild West who have builds that should never have even been allowed in the game. And the only reason they got them in the game was because they modded their save file to do it. And then they say, oh, the game sucks because I can't break all these rules of reality and have it work. You know, so I think some people just, they need to re-cater to the thing and be like, you want to go play with 10 friends and go fishing or mining? You usually can do pretty well. But again, you have to have a good PC. You have to have good internet. A lot of people have absolutely shit internet, and the first thing they do is they blame the game for their shit internet. You know, I had shit internet for a long time. It was expensive, and it had a bad hop in New York. We finally diagnosed it, bad hop in New York, and I had terrible desync in Tarkov for years. And it would be wrong of me to blame Tarkov for it. It had nothing to do with Tarkov. It was my shitty internet. So guess what? Got new internet. Tarkov runs great. Never had a problem. It was not Tarkov's fault that I had shitty internet. So I think a lot of people will blame the game for their shitty internet as well. So I get the sentiment. It would be great if you could, it would be great if you had flying ponies too, but, it's not realistic. This is the cooling setup here. It goes from the clutch to a T-piece here. It goes through an impeller. The impeller puts water through the cooling manifold back into the stock old school radiator. So that's my cooling on there. Who was asking for cooling? That was from Misha. It was asking for cooling. They're not going to improve and balance drag buoyancy because if they completely change those things, every boat is going to be broken again. And people have already shown they cannot just relax and take changes. After the pressurization update, the devs are not. They even said in the Q&A they don't want to make any big changes again that are gonna affect a lot of builds. We scared them off on making any big changes because a big part of the community was was being absolutely insane about it. And couldn't just chill, relax, go play something else for a couple weeks while they work out the kinks. And so they're not making any big buoyancy drag changes, and I frankly don't see too much of an issue with it. I can still build everything I need to. There's glitches there if you want to go into it, but most of my stuff I can build with no glitches. It's not a big deal. And they're not going to make big changes anymore. And then, again, the other thing people need to consider is some of these things are bound to the engine, bullet. They're bullet things. Like, Deltars was talking about how there are certain things in bullet that they can't, as much as people want them, they can't change because it's part of the engine. So some of the stuff you're just never going to get changed on there. I think, frankly, some people just need to kind of, have realistic expectations, frankly. You see, catching up. Why is this chat jump? I hate that. Oof. The rules are posted. They're posted on Discord. I've got 2 thumbs up, so Citrus and Trip are already thumbs up. So the rules are in there, Alistair. It's under build challenge. Yeah, I agree. People who dislike the sticky should play some more days to see if they really don't adapt. I talked about this in my last Q&A video was you have a segment of the community who does not want to adapt and has a low level of adaptability. And part of it is some people are just, they can't adapt. Other people are just, straight out lazy, is they won't take the time to try. A lot of people are just completely against trying anything. And so I would, again, I agree with that statement for Phil, is go ahead and if you don't like the new sticky stuff, try it. Play it for a week. See what you think. Because guess what? You'll probably get used to it pretty quickly. People who've been around before when it was this way initially, it took them a long time to get used to the new auto rotation system. Personally, I find it frustrating when I go to put a block on and it changes the orientation on me. I'd rather it stay the way it is. At least I know that I can move it where it needs to go. So, if I'm going to put a block here and then I know, okay, I'm going to put it on the bottom of the wing, I press L once and then bingo, it's right where I want it. It doesn't auto-change it. That I found super annoying. So, I think I agree with that. People need to just, go try it out, see how you like it. I think that's important. And give it a couple days, see how you like it. Because a lot of this stuff, I think people just get used to it, Yeah, and I would kind of say that for some of the physics in the game is I don't think my boats are all that unrealistic looking or ugly, and they float fine, but understanding some of the ways you got to kind of think that this is not our world, this is Stormworks, and this is how you build things in Stormworks to float right. This boat doesn't look out of proportions to me at all. It floats great. It floats exactly where it should, but knowing some things about Stormworks, I make sure the deck is on a large ship like this is at least a few blocks off of the water line so that I don't get that washing effect. I put in my ballast water goes, I put in ballast water. Ballast water goes in the lowest level of the ship. I have 4 water ballast tanks. All my fuel is in the center at the lowest level to keep the center of gravity low. You know, my center of gravity is nice and low. Why? Because there's a shitload of weight of fuel and water down here. You know, I put weight blocks very low in the hull. You know, these are all things that if you understand the game mechanics, a lot of people, again, are not adaptable, and they don't take the time to realize, oh, this is how you build something in-game to make it work. And then they'll say, oh, game broken, make like real life. Well, those would be the same people who would be throwing a fit if it was like real life, because, again, they still wouldn't understand how the hell to build it because they are not adaptable. You know, so I agree with that. It's like some of that adaptability people just need to kind of adapt to. You know, there have been a couple cases where, like, you know, I found the sticky blocks or unsticky blocks. The sticky blocks were helpful. Like sometimes with piping, yeah, it'd be easy to just have it auto turn. But it's easy to forget when it was a pain in the ass. Like, I remember when I'm trying to put a pipe on there, and I've just rotated the pipe, and I move it like a quarter of an inch, and it rotates itself, how frustrating that was. So, and you forget that. It's easy to forget. So I think back, I'm like, oh, yeah, I remember when that was a pain in the ass. It auto-rotated on me that one time. So, you know what? I'll just rotate it myself, you know. And that's kind of why I like it. I'd rather rotate the block myself than have it do something and frustrate me that way. But yeah, I agree. People should just take some time and get used to it, you know? Advanced flight model in Arma. Yeah, I haven't seen what it is in a while. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, I haven't played Reforger. I was interested in it, but yeah, I kind of want to get in when it's a little bit more developed. Yeah, several kilometers long. Yeah, it was like, what the hell? Several kilometers long. Tried air cooling for 3-cylinder for Karl. I only succeeded with 2 exchanges. Seems the radiator. Yeah, the radiator is more compact Misha. The issue that we're having, as I talked about this on one of the live streams, is that radiator has like 40-something liters of water spawn in with it. So when you put that old school radiator on there, it has a lot of water already in it. And so that makes it easy to cycle the water. When you do the air-air heat exchanger, it doesn't have enough water in it. So you need to start putting tanks. And the problem is you're never going to get the flow rates required for cooling, which, you know, I think the devs need to at some point go back and do a balancing pass on that, because the, like those airs should be pretty effective, and they're not effective at all because the, they just don't spawn with enough water, and so you'll never get any sort of good cooling out of those, unfortunately. So that's something I think they need to balance at some point. All right, let's see. Symmetry. There we go. Did I make this door even? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Nope, 9. Right there. Okay. Trying to... Oh, shit. I can't put it there. Okay. Put it there, though. Maybe. Yeah, put it there. Okay. I think I'll put them on the wall. Facing out. Let's put them in a little bit more right there, maybe. Let's put them there. It's going to hit the side of the boat, and I'll put one on the other side, maybe. This area doesn't need to be all that bright. You know, it's kind of a gloomy garage anyways. All right, those player sensor. Where do I want you there, guy? Try to centralize a little bit. I don't have too much space where I can centralize it. I could go in front of the camera. I think I decided yesterday I don't need the camera. It was that it kept resetting on me because I had the hard point hooked to the wrong key. So we'll put that like that. Let's color the deck plate before we forget, and have little green spots everywhere. Okay, those are underneath something. All right, perfect. Nope, they're right here. I already colored those. Okay, good. Let's go hook this in. Player sensor. Clock. I hooked the clock up to the other one. I don't know if I did or not. Let's look. Can't tell where I am. I did. Okay, good. All right, then I need a panel. So let's see. Panel right here. Where is it? Where is it? Right here will do. And I'll put it on inboard right here. Yeah, I would love the game that I'm kind of looking forward to. That would be cool to have some like, you know, I would really like to be able to integrate airplanes in with a lot of those like Arma and you know, and Squad. So I'd like to see what if Squad could add some airplanes. You know, Squad has kind of that slow Arma gameplay that I like. You know, but there's no airplanes. They put in helicopters. You know, because that was fun to me that that could actually be your job was operating a helicopter, and you could get really good at it. Like I was flying helicopter a little bit in Battle Bit was fun. Yeah, but like Arma had some of the best airplane feeling where like, you know, you had all those helicopters come in, and then about 30 minutes into a raid, people finally started getting the cash to get jets. And would go and like start hammering on helicopters, and then somebody would go out there and put an AA, would go buy an AA gun to try to fight the planes, and so then the first couple planes would get shredded by the AA because they didn't know they were there yet, and then now you've got planes trying to come in and hammer the AA, so it was kind of it was a nice dynamic of people trying to get, you know, it was constant arms races as people got better equipment, and you know you had people trying to fight with counter equipment, so it was kind of fun. All right, there we go. Lighting in here is adequate for a dark dungeon, so that's good. Let me try to finish this chat here. Okay, you saw the radio. Good, thanks. Yeah, that was the other thing I noticed there, Phil, was the when I was doing modular engines, it was nice that like the crankshaft snapped to each other. You know, I think the best thing for them to always do is like if they can put a checkbox. So like I don't know where it'd be, like even if they threw it on like, you know, they have like see how these come out, like put it on rotation labels here where that pops up, and do it as rotation, and you can set rotation labels, and you can set you know, you can set it as sticky rotation or non-sticky rotation. Because that way, like, if you know you're going to build a modular engine, you may want to just, like, here, I'll show you what I mean, like, show people what I mean. Like, modular engines that used to always, the crankshafts would line up. So, like, if you put the first crankshaft in, like so, all right, and then, let's see if I can grab a different block if it does it. So, okay, so see, I re-grabbed the block. See how it's oriented up now? Well, when I go to the end of this block, it would automatically align it. So that would make that a little easier, and then now it's locked into place. It's easy, but if I swap out, so I swap something else, go back, it's vertical again. So now I have to press J again. It's not the end of the world, but it would be kind of nice. Let's say you had a quick key G, and so like you get this block, it comes in like this. You quickly press G, you click it on, it auto-rotates. Press G again, you know, you're done with it. That would be kind of nice to have. So, you know, I think that would be helpful, but, you know. Yeah, that was, I like it. I wasn't a huge fan. I don't like mouse flying, and BattleBit kind of got, it took me a while to get the controls where I like them. You know, I'm not a huge fan of mouse flying anything, so that was kind of a pain in the ass with BattleBit. Like when I was doing Arma, I had joystick and throttle, you know, so that was nice. I think the best thing, and I would really love to see more games take advantage. You know, the problem is, you know, VR is expensive. And so there's not enough people, but like VR is great for any sort of like operating a vehicle, because you jump in and all the keys are like right where they should be. All the buttons are right where they should be. So that makes it really convenient. I prefer it to joystick and throttle. All right, this got lighting. So the only place is the big dungeon underneath that doesn't have lighting, so we can work on that later. Just trying to get the ship mostly usable and having everything it needs. All right, trying to think what else we need. Okay, put in, we have anchors now. We have winches. Did all the winches get hooked up? I cannot recall. I think the winches got hooked up. Let me check them. Looks like winches got hooked up. So that means we can tow stuff now. I kind of want to tow test this. Let's go do a tow test. Interested to see how this performs the tow test. All right, where's my huge barge? Huge barge. Here we go. Fuel barge, and then is this one full of water or not? Let me see. I don't have spawners in here. This one's absolutely insanity. Let's do. This one has a lot of cells. So let's go pinky block. Seawater. So we'll just fill this sucker with water, so it'll be heavy. Alright, so that is the end of that. Okay. This, I think, is like millions of pounds, at least 1 million pounds. Alright, yeah, this one's gonna be heavy. It's backwards too, which is not helpful. I can tow it backwards, but we'll spin it around. So that's gotta be, I think I have numbers on here. This is what I used to do fuel transport in. So that's 100 and 140 and change. There's another 100, so 240. There's another 100, so 340. There's another 120. So 460 is another about 120. So about 580. 580 liters. Liter of water weighs a kilogram, so about 1 million pounds. Yep. All right, let this fire up and just go grab coffee real quick. I'll burb. I shall burb after I get a coffee. All right, we have coffee, the elixir of life. How's it going there, Zachy? Are invisible microcontrollers allowed? What do you do? Just put in the 0 values, Citrus? I'm going to say no on invisible microcontrollers. I think you should have plenty of space to hide, especially if you can use XML blocks to hide them. We'll say no on invisible microcontrollers. You should be able to hide them. Like, play with it for a couple days. Get back to me on the... you can put weapons on there, but I'm not testing them. I don't know. Do I just say no on weapons? I don't know. I'm trying to decide if I say no on weapons. Let's say no on weapons. There's no point. It's just gonna weigh it down. Maybe at some point I'll do a military challenge, but let's do no on weapons. It's just gonna be. The problem is you'll get somebody who puts on some cosmetic weapons, and then you get somebody who, like, full-on overdoes it and just is ridiculous, and it's obnoxious. You know, unfortunately, that's how it devolves. I would say, I don't know, I'm kind of thinking invisible micros is kind of a glitch where you're completely making them invisible by... What do you do, Citrus? You essentially make the vertical value 0 so you can't see them? Is that what you're doing? Oh, that's interesting from Phil, the little twin engine there. If you got a twin engine to work, that would be great. I like the look of that. That's cool. Yeah, I would say that's going to be close to the limit if it's tiny like that. Just remember, Phil, okay, I do see wheels on it. I was going to say, just remember I am taking off from the land, so. That's a good looking one, too, that tail dragger there. All right, let's see. What was I doing before Circus came to town? I got distracted. Okay, let's see. We should be up and running now. Takes a second for the boiler to boil here. Yeah, I'd say just hide them in the wings. My example build, I was going to build, like, my 2 ultralights, I put in wing segments just because they're super light. But you can put microcontrollers in the wings and equally get some, light. And, you're able to hide them pretty well with XML covers. All right, we're up and running here. Let's go do a tow test on this. I wanted to do a tow test on this, but I could not until I got the winch controls in there where I can control the winches. Another one where I think the devs did a good job listening to the community is pulleys. We've been asking for pulleys for a long time. I saw there was, like on Reddit, you'll see, you'll see this a lot, is like people like, why'd they add pulleys? Why didn't they do this, this, or this? And like a bunch of people who wanted pulleys would be like, I've been asking for pulleys forever. And like, they just didn't realize that people wanted that feature. And I think that happens a lot where, if you don't even like, if that's not something a way that you play, you don't think other people want it. It's like, for example, I'm not big on weapons DLC, like, but I do understand and acknowledge a lot of people want more weapons. And so, like, I try to be, consistent in that. And so, like, for example, if they added a bunch of weapons that people have been asking for, it would be silly of me to be like, oh, nobody wanted this. Because, yeah, people wanted it. It's not for me, but it's still something people wanted, so it's... I gotta fix this. I don't know why. I don't think I put the inverse in here. I gotta put the inverse in there so the stern doesn't lift up. That's on the to-do list. Okay, so yeah, I consider that a glitch. You're completely removing things like that where it's not just stretching a block. Because like that way, the other two is part of the challenging part of this is to actively try to make it pretty compact. And so part of that is also I gotta get closer. So part of it too, making it compact, is limiting the amount of logic you put in there. So like actively, like notice like the build I put in doesn't have any logic. So if you start, it has very limited logic because it doesn't have a lot of space. And so if you started putting in invisible microcontrollers, I think it makes it so that now people can put in as much logic, you know, as a regular build, with really, you know, they don't have to be concerned with the space because essentially you're making something that should be visible invisible, you know. So that's kind of why I think that's why I'm not a huge fan of the invisible microcontrollers. Kind of the point being that, you know, you can cover them so they're in parts of the plane, but they're not like completely gone, you know. You know, it'd be kind of like if you think of invisible weight blocks. Like if I let people, for example, put in invisible weight blocks or XML edit the weight of blocks, you know, then they could, you know, put in negative mass, and then now you have an ultralight that, you know, is really super heavy, but it acts like it's light because they put in, you know, this stuff. So kind of think it's on the same thing. I think it gets too Wild West. Shit. All right, let's go this way. I don't know if I'm going to be able to jump the railing. Let's see. This is going to be a pain in the ass. I got to get real close to do this. All right. Yeah, jump, 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 jump. I'm going to have to put a side, like, place to get in on this. Probably somewhere right by the crane at some point. Let's get closer. I'm just going to no-clip up in there. I'm just trying to test this sucker out. I think I could tow it backwards, but I'm going to try to get it right in there. We'll use a little bit of advanced maneuvering here. All right. There we go. Back on port quickly. All I need is some asymmetrical thrust, baby. So I'm hands off here. I'm just, oh, this is gonna be perfect. This worked out perfectly. This is right in the money. That's awesome. How right in the money this is gonna be. So that's just asymmetrical thrust. I've got starboard up a little bit and port in reverse. That's what I like about these variable pitch propellers is, like, it makes maneuvering so much cooler. Like, you can really do some cool maneuvers without having to have azipods. All right, that's attached. So I'm curious what the pull rate on this is. I changed the propellers down to 3s because of that bug I was having with them getting attracted to the rudders. So this is set up for torque though, so we should have a pretty good torque on this. All right, so I'm gonna rotate us out first here. Essentially doing opposite of what I want here. So now I want to start getting away from the barge. So we're gonna go up on port. So, like, this is all asymmetrical thrust here. It's amazing what you can do with asymmetrical thrust. So now I want to go away from the barge a little bit, so we're just bringing up starboard. That is weird what the rope's doing, though. You notice that? The rope is being funky. Cole Medina. Give it some slack here. All right, that should be enough slack for now. All right, start bringing up starboard. We're at 20%. Here comes the slack. Yeah, look at the rope. The rope's being funky. Oh, there we go. Okay, it's straightened out now. It's being funky for a while there. Once it got some tension on it, kind of tensioned up. So that there is 1 million pounds of water in that barge. And it's handled like a champ. We're at 20% and we're at 9 knots. So let's go full. Oof, this thing's gonna be a beast, man. That's one of the reasons I wanted those steam pistons. This is a beast. It's It's pulling 1,000,000 pounds at 12 knots. That's not too shabby. That's not too shabby. That's pretty damn good. A little bit of squat, but not much. So, like, we were talking yesterday about the mechanics of why you want your winch in the center. So imagine trying to pull 1,000,000 pounds by just turning the rudders, right? It's not going to happen. So the way this works is you turn the rudders now, and it rotates off that center position. So the boat can still rotate because the cable is not fighting the rudders. Now, it is going to tip you. This will happen in real tugboats when they're doing braking maneuvers. They'll start to list. That's a lot of mass. So let me see if I can find some pictures of tugboats doing braking maneuvers. But this is essentially what they do is they don't go full 90 degrees. They might go 45 to the path. Oh, that's too much. 45 to the path of the ship they're trying to brake. Let me see if I can find tugboats braking maneuvers. That's why they have those long skegs in the water, is to try to, keep them stable. So, like, here are some tugboat braking maneuvers. Like, you see, they'll go 90 to the ship. Here's one, you can see it listing as it's doing a braking maneuver. A couple that they do tip over from time and again doing braking maneuvers. Like, here's one initiating a braking maneuver. You can see it's at, like, probably 30 degrees off. And they're trying to slow the ship down. They had a couple good ones that was showing them almost tipping over. Sometimes they put line cutters on there so that if it starts to almost go over, they can snap the line. Some of the lines are cool. They're deadfall lines. They have no rebound. So when they snap, they fall straight in the water. So they don't. You don't have to worry about getting hit by the cable. There's one upside down. Those are the azipods on there. Those are interesting. Those must be... Those aren't 360 azipods. Those are just like turn like rudders. That's interesting. I've never seen those before. Here's a braking maneuver there. So you can see him listing. Oh, that's a tiny picture. Yeah, you can see him doing a braking maneuver here. So he's going like 45 off of the ship to brake, and he's probably either has ASD or is that a... Nope, that's a carousel tug. Okay. That's a carousel, not an ASD. Doing braking maneuvers. But pretty cool, the braking maneuvers they do on that. But they do list like crazy because it's literally you're pulling, millions of pounds, and the ship's going to try to, list on you. So that's not bad. 12 knots for 1,000,000 pounds. Put it in perspective, like I used to watch Jim B at sea, and they used to move big barges of fuel, and he'd move them at 3 knots. Yeah, so if that cable is on the stern, I would not be able to turn because the cable would fight my actual turn. Because it's in the center, I can still rotate around. Like so, and then pull. And then straighten right back out. So if that cable is on the stern, I would not be able to turn at all. So what I probably need is some more fins in there. Anyways, you see I'm kind of doing a wheelie, so I need to increase the fin values. I have them in the stern and in the bow. That will help keep me a little bit more stable. But it's doing pretty well with 1,000,000 pounds. That's not bad. All right, let's catch some chat here. Hello there, Zachy. I can send you an @Zachy, too, if you'd like. One thing I could do is I could put up an announcement channel for the stream for those who want to be in there. And then, when I put up I'll put up a copy of the stream, and it will just ping you guys. I try not to ping people too much. I did a bunch of pings today just for the challenge. No invisible microcontrollers. You gotta cover them. It starts getting too much like what game are you even playing anymore. I don't know. It's a judgment call. There's always gonna be a line. I kind of figure that's it, you know. Yeah, that's the thing. Microcontrollers are smaller, IRL of course, but and you also can't hide a microcontroller in the wing with XML either in real life. Move. Okay, I see. Yeah, I see what you're saying, Citrus. Yep. Yeah, I put no gyro in mine. You could do it. Like a gyro's not that big. It's a 3x6, so you can put it in the wing and cover it. But you know, I've got both of my microcontroller, both of my ultralights have no gyros. That's interesting. That is weird there, Alistair. It's open it. Let me double check. It should be open to everybody. I don't have any certain special permissions on that, so let me look. Is everybody else able to view the build challenge? I got it set at everyone. Yeah, it's at everyone. View channel. Everybody can view the channel, create an invite, add reactions to it on the. Oh, make sure you have the tab pressed down, because sometimes the channel gets hidden. You got to press the tab down on the build challenges. Sometimes they'll get hidden, so do that. All right, so that's a pretty successful tow test. So I gotta work on, let's do this. Let's go ahead and just recall it. Recall both things. So again, that was that add-on there a couple weeks ago. The, what was it called? Map icon add-on. Again, you put a map icon, it will just show the one wheel again. So we got to work on reverse. For some reason, the stability system. Let's check the stability system. Why it's being wonky, funky. What am I clicking on? There we go. I'm trying to get it to zoom in. All right, so I have fins all in the prop shaft here. That's why I like doing it this way. I do like the prop shaft couple here. I put the RPS through there, and that way I can put a XML pipe in here with fins so I don't see them. And then I've got them in the bow. Let's see how they're hooked up. Check electricity first. Okay, electrified. Those are going there, so that should absolutely be connected. Like systems. Okay. Those look plugged. Okay, so they might not be getting a full value. Let's see where the values are going. Right to here. Bow fins. Okay, we have stern fins are all lit up. Okay. Rear altimeter. Rear altimeter's right there. That's on the water line. That's good. No electricity on altimeters, right? Nope. Didn't think so. Distance sensor. What is that about? What is this distance sensor? Oh, okay, that's just vertical distance sensor. Okay, that's on a different panel. So this is the stability panel right here. All right, what else is hooked to this? Physics sensors right there. Okay, let's see. Okay, this needs work. All right, I'll play with this stability system. I just had not gotten into this yet, really. So let's get into this. Stern fins, bow fins. Okay, constant on signal. Don't really want it as a constant on signal. Bridge systems. Okay, that will turn that on. All right, so these need to be inverted for when we go in reverse. So I've not done that yet. That's why the ass was sticking out of the ground. Oh, out of the water. So when we go in reverse, I need to set that up. So. All right, and then we have a physics sensor channel. What is it, 9? What is speed? 9? I think it's 9. I'll have to check. All right, that will do that. Okay, that should do that. So that'll put those in reverse. Okay, that's good. We'll add a PID tuner. So let's get this PID tuned. Should have left the big barge out there, but I didn't. All right, let's see. Are they running the same numbers? I can't remember. 20, no. Okay. Let's work on the bow first. The bow is weak. Let's do this. So let's go like that, and then we will do D value there. All right. And then what was it? 20? 20. Okay. Do PID tuner. Which one's the p-value? I think it's the left one. Which one are you? P-value is this one. Okay. That's fine. Let's go like that to you. All right, so let's tune this in. All right, so now when we go backwards, it should fix it. So it was 20, so let's put 20 in there. I'd like them to add, so we have advanced PIDs, which allow you to add external inputs for PI and D. I'd like them to do it for up-down counters so we can change rate on up-down counters. How's it going there, Zurfin? Yeah, I would love to see some Steam, some smaller Steam parts. That'd be kind of fun. Yep, Steam is beast. Here, do this. I'm gonna send. Let me see. General, what's this? Interesting. That's interesting. Here, let me send you. I'm gonna create an invite right to you. Here, click on that, Alistair. See if it brings you in there. It's weird because everybody else is able to see the rules, right? Anyone else having problems seeing the rules? Auto gyros. All right, so let's test this out. All right, so I'm trying to tame the bow here. I should have put a dial in. I forgot to. Let's see it. So you got a little bit of a bow up on this. All right, I need to put a dial on her. This is going to be damn useless. Okay, yeah, so Zachy can see it. All right. Yeah, I'll put in a channel later on Discord for if you want pings for the streams, and then when I post the streams in there, we'll ping all the desirous people because I don't want, I don't want to bug everybody who's does not want the pings. That way you can opt into it. If you want to ping, you get it. If you don't, you don't. Let's do electricity here on those. Let's go ahead and so whatever the fins are, I want. So I need to see. So if the fins are going to 100%, I know I need more fins. If the fins are not going 100%, I know I need more PID values. Can I see this fricker? Where are you? Right there. Okay. Luckily, even with this being a Steam setup, it doesn't take that long to get heated up. So I have, if you watch the Steam tutorials, this one, it raises the furnace temperature very high on startup to get the temperature moving, and then once it gets up there, it lowers it to keep it at stasis. So it's like, bringing your food up to a boil, then turn it down to a simmer. Okay, that worked, yeah. I thought I might kick it. Whatever it was, whatever loop it was stuck in, I figured maybe an invite would fix it. All right, good. Excellent. Trying to think how to put this. Let's check. All right, we're up. Let's go. All right, that's interesting. Shit, I know why it's not working. Damn it. Where is it? Bridge systems, right here. I didn't hook up the bridge systems yet. Eventually we'll do this. I'm trying to get the Discord fixed for got a couple things I'm trying to do in there too, so. All right, there we go. All right, now it's working. All right. They finished this. Annoying. Sorry, I'm still trying to get this set up here. All right, if you guys want to ping when I stream, like Zachy and Citrus talked about that. If you go into the... Let me edit this. Sorry, I'm trying. Can't type and talk at the same time. All right, so if you want a ping when I stream, a couple guys had asked for it. There's a new channel in Captain's Corner. It says now streaming. It has a thumbs up there. If you click on the thumbs up, I will go ahead and I will add you to that. So when I post that I'm streaming in that channel, just the people who have asked to get a ping will get a ping for that. So that way, some people don't see it when I stream. So that way, you'll get a specific ping for that. And then it's, you know, everybody won't get a ping. So that way, you're not getting 4 million pings for other stuff. All right, let's give this a look. All right, so let's up this a little bit. So let's double it. Go to 40. And let's see where it is. So if we look here, I'm only using 10% of the fins. So that tells me a couple things. One, I could go down to as little as 1/10 of the number of fins we have. It also tells me that I don't need more fins. And if I increase the p-value, we should be getting a higher value. I do want an excess of fins because once we start getting into heavy waves, I want to have enough that it can counteract. So let's go 80 on that. All right, so now see how the bow's sitting nice and flat? So the bow is now pretty flat. We got a little bit of anti-fouling showing there, but not a ton. All right, let's put on some weather, see how it behaves. Do a little North Seas action here. And then, so if this ever hits 1, we know that we're probably, like, I actually want it to have a little bit of, like, I actually want it rocking and rolling in the waves. I don't want it completely stationary in the waves. Let's change the wind direction. You know, so I wanted to respond to the waves a little bit. I wanted to go up and down them naturally. I don't want it to crash through them. So I do want to leave it a little bit weak so it does this. So like crashes over the waves. It doesn't go through them. So like that's a little bit just to keep more realistic. So like see it uses up to about 40% of its value there. About 30, 40 max. So there's like 42 on that wave. So I do want it to have some variability so that it will, you know, like see how that went, it started going a little bit up over the wave. So by having it react a little bit slow, it will go up over the wave more naturally. It won't crash through it. If I had this super responsive, it would go through, see how it goes up a little and then down. So it's a little bit more reactive. It's not super stable. All right, so that's 80. And so we'll watch the number a little. Let's go up a little higher. Let's go to 100, test 100. And what I want to do is damp it a little bit. So let's damp it a little bit. Let's add... All right, so see, that was too much. Let me see. See how it behaves here. So, you know, it's a good thing it's only going at 40, and the reason is this. If you watch when I was towing that 1,000,000-pound barge, it was doing, it was picking the bow up. And so that means that 60% of the fin is left to account for that. So when we're pulling a heavy barge, I still want it sitting flat. You're not going to get that much of a pull-up. Because if you figure it, yeah, it's a lot of weight, but this ship is supposed to be incredibly heavy, so, and you're lifting it on the long axis, so it's really not going to, like, see how we stopped there? That is likely, so I need to start working on the stern, because the stern should, see how the stern's not pulling down enough? The stern should be pulling down more. So if I have the bow up too high, we'll get this issue where the bow will essentially pull the stern out. So 80 is probably, 100 is probably high. 80 was working better. So let's watch its behavior and make sure the stern doesn't get pulled out of the water. So I like 80 a little bit better. And then we'll tune up the stern, and then we'll pull the weight. Because, like, if we watch the stern values, the stern is set very low. See how it's moving, like, it went up to, oh, there it goes. It's going 100 on that one. It's reacted pretty slowly, though, so I'll probably want to speed it up. This is set to 1 there, so that is using full on some of it. So yeah, so this one's about, this one I could probably use a couple more fins. I don't really have space for them, but this one probably could use a couple more fins in the stern. See how it's hitting 1, so it's, and it's not, we're not getting that prop coming out of the water anymore because the bow is not pulling the stern up as much. So that's why, like, going to 100 was too much. 80 seems to be working better. Like, see, the props are still staying in. We're not getting that jerky motion where they completely come out of the water. Let's go into the wind a little bit more. What's the wind at? Let's see. Let's go to 355. Okay, 355. Okay, we'll let that hold itself. So this is like worst case scenario, going right into the waves like that. So So I want to, the reason I do the tilt and the altimeter is to try to give it a natural behavior. Like, it's a little bit unnatural, but it's not, like, super unnatural. Like, there, it should crash down more. We're getting the stern out a little bit. Let's cut this out just a little here. Let's go to 60. Waves are getting bigger, too, now. We haven't tuned in the stern yet, but I'm trying to dumb the bow out a little bit. So the bow should respond slower, and that will give us a more natural motion. It won't keep it perfectly still and level. It will let it go up and down a little bit. Probably too high of a D value, too. Let's chop the D value a little bit. Let's go down. Let's cut that in half. So, like, you can see it has a little bit of variability. It does pitch a little bit. I pulled the stern out a little bit, but we need to tune in the stern as well, so. All right, let's go with these numbers for now. So we get a 5 and a 60. Kill the wind, or else we're going to be in problems here. And then we'll work the stern. All right, let's get in there. All right, so now that's going to be 60 and negative 60 for reverse, and then we have the D pitch right there. I don't worry about the D value going backwards. That's fine. And then let's tune the stern. So that's the bow tuned, and let's tune the stern now. So that's only at 1. Let's go there and there. Let's go here. So it was 110. Okay. So this will be the stern tuning. All right, so that was 1. And this was 10. So I think 10 is too high, and 1 is probably too low. Well, we'll give it a run. The other thing I did, too, was put... that inversion, putting those numerical switch boxes when it goes backwards, which I didn't check if it was 9 yet. I think it is 9. I think 9 is linear speed in that regime. But I'm pretty sure that's 9. So now it should keep the boat flat when it's going in reverse. If you remember when I was backing up to the barge, the ass was picking out, and it was diving the bow, and that was because it was backwards. Turn on the clutches so that we can these going. All right, I'll start. Well, this is firing up. I'll start adding the people who want to be added. Let me look. I got Alistair, Citrus, Foxy, and Manda, also known as Zachy. Okay, good. All right, here we go. All right, so let's go. Let's actually start going in reverse first. So it should not pick up the stern. So now we're flat. See how we're flat? We're no longer picking stern up in reverse. All right, so that works. We're a little bit slower than we were. We're actually more where I'd want to be. We were kissing 32 knots with 4-bladed propellers. I had to put in 3-bladeds, which I actually prefer the look of 3 blades anyways. But the 4 blades were interacting with the rudders. They were pulling the rudders in on spawn-in after a save. So that's one reason why I put 3s on. We get a little bit slower speed, but it's still within where I want. Like, Triton goes 19, 20 knots max. This goes 24 knots, so I'm happy. with this speed-wise. Again, it's kind of supposed to be a beast for pulling stuff, and you know, I have that rescue boat that goes 40, and we have the helicopter. So the point of the ship is not to go racing out to rescues. It's to kind of go on its merry way on autopilot, and we can go catch up to it with our parasite craft. So, all right, 355, I believe, was the heading of the wind. Let's turn on nav lights too. We don't want to be pulled over. All right, so let's watch how the stern reacts. So the stern is not being aggressive enough. You can kind of see it doesn't want to... Well, problem is it's doing it off altimeter. It's not necessarily doing it off of water. But it can be iffy using a water sensor. I'm not a huge fan of using the water sensor. For the most part, it's not too bad. Every once in a blue moon, it picks the stern up out of the water. We get a really big wave. I did that North Sea video when it had really, really heavy seas, and we didn't really... I didn't have really any stuttering problems of it coming out. So let's see. I want to check it real quick. So let's look at what it's doing. So there it's... You see it kind of like it's going up and down. Let's do this. Let's double the p-value. And let's chop this D value down. You'll see how I like the behavior a little bit better. Okay. See how it's behaving back there? So you see it's like pre-squatting the stern a little bit more now with the higher p-value. Kind of pre-squats that stern as we come up to the wave. So I just want the propellers to always be in the water. That's why I use altimeter in the back, because I just want the propellers always in the water. It's okay if we get like a little bit like the top sticking out. That doesn't really affect it. Once it gets to about the hub is when like it doesn't get any more propulsion anymore. So that's not too bad, actually. It's pretty good. Can't remember the last time we've had one of those stutters where the props come out of the water. All right, I like these new numbers better. We haven't had any issue here yet, I don't think. I had one stutter before I changed the number, and then I don't think we've had a stutter since. That was close there, but still recovered fast enough. So, like, you can see how it's hitting. It's pretty much hitting 1. See how it hits 1? So if I could add a couple more fins, at least a couple more, let's say like 4 more fins, that would probably, you know, fix it. But because it eventually gets to the point where the fins are all trying to drag the stern down, and then, you know, there's nothing else you can do there. It's already done. I might dampen it just a hair. Let's go to 2. There was a stutter there, so I don't know, maybe a low D value is... Keep it on a low D value. Yeah, I'm liking that lower D value a little bit. It's less twitchy. Up there's a stutter right there. I'm trying to watch when the stutter happens. I bet we're just running out of fin. Yeah, we're running out of fin a little bit, so I'd have to add more fins, but pretty happy with it. Let's go ahead and we'll quickly put these numbers in. I'm liking these. That's a 2 and a 1. And then we'll do a quick tow test. How much fuel does Tethys carry? Let's look. It changed. It changed. It was like 17,000 liters. I think it's probably down to 13 now. That's just a guess. Let's see. What's this message here? Message me. Where's my message here? Co-op builds. No co-op builds. Just build your own. Let's see. Okay, that's in. Let's spawn you again. Let's get rid of the wind. Do a tow test. Let's see. You in my saves somewhere there, guy. Yeah, right there. Okay, let's grab this and... Do I have a rear? I do. I have a rear attachment. I'm just going to tow this backwards. Hydrodynamics are really not in-game to the fact that this would be brutal. So this was a notch barge, so you would actually park the tugboat in like this, and it pulls it back towards it, and it pushes it as a single unit. Kind of neat. Ah, shit. Let me fix this again. Was it 2 and 1? Okay. Let's do you here. Let's see. Make that a 2. Make that a 1. Yeah, too much D value, and that was being increasing the chance of stutterage. All right, good. So that's set up. Let's do a tow test. So if you remember last time we had the bow picking up, we might still get some bow picking up. You know, eventually we might get to the point where we run out of fin on the bow, but that's not a big deal. You know, we kind of expect it. You know, we're not gonna engineer this for that, you know, 10% case. We're spun up. Let's go hook up. I think I forgot a rope again. I can pull one off the bow. So we'll put on our tow light as we are towing. Nice to get all the cameras in here and everything. I want to do a little, like, very light lure on the camera panels. They're just going to be pretty much arrows in the bottom of the independent cameras so that I can switch where I want each camera. When I do the lure at some point, I'll probably just do it off screen. It's like, it's a pain in the ass for the multi-point nav. It would be nice to have cameras where they're going to probably be here, so I can kind of like look up and see where we're going. And it'll be a bunch of 1x1 monitors. and just some arrows, and I'll be able to swap from camera to camera. And we're going to go in the notch here. Nope, not that fast, please. All right. All right, there we go. Let's get out of there. Let's go hook up. I think I need a rope from the bow. Oh, you son of a bitch. We're in the drink. We are in the drink. I love it when I get lost on my own ship that I built. I know where everything is. I usually get lost sometimes. It really is amazing on Reddit. It's like the people who like self-proclaimed don't even play anymore. And you sit there and doom scroll and bitch the whole time. It's like, dude, it's like, go move on. I used to do that with Star Citizen. You know, it's like... And I was, of course, I was being annoying to all the other people. It's like, you don't enjoy it. Move on, man. Christ. Like, it's one thing if you like, you have some just frustrated and you still play, but it's like some people have like stopped playing years ago and they still come and bitch and like doom scroll. It's like, go do something else, man. Christ. You know? There are games I've left behind. It's like, just go, don't go back and just like bitch about them all the time. It's like, go do something else. Jesus Christ. There's plenty of games out there. Go play something else. If you don't like it, go play something else. You know, criticism's fine, but it's like, these guys aren't even criticized. They just like, they stop playing a while and they just come back and just shitty. All right, so we got a little bow lift. That's fine. Let's see where we're at here on this. We could probably go a little higher, but I'm not going to worry about it. Again, this is like a small use case and it's a tiny little issue, so I'm not going to completely, you know, play with all the p-values so it's perfect when I'm towing and when I'm not towing. It's going to be hard to do that. You know, you'd have to have like a tow mode, and I'm not doing that shit. You know, it's like for a tiny bit of bow showing, like, not worth it. You know, and part of it, too, is probably the drag coming off of the front of that barge. That's not bad. We're doing 14 knots now, so it looks like we're getting better speed. We're at 12 before, so it looks like we've got ships more planted in the ground, putting more, you know, it's putting more thrust out now. That's a damn good speed for this much weight. It's like, to put that in perspective, that's 500,000 liters. Like, even if that was oil, that's $500,000 of oil. That's nuts. $1 billion of diesel. You know, $2 million of jet fuel. Well, if we could sell it there. It sells for 6 up here. But I'm just going by, you know, what the market price is. That's pretty good. That's what I wanted out of this. I wanted this to be able to tow. Let's do a turn. I want to see how it behaves on a turn. I don't want it to be completely flat, but I want it to... I don't even know if I have it doing any sort of roll control. I might not have it doing any roll control. Anyway, so... You know, pulling this much weight, I kind of do want it to list a little bit anyway, because it would list in real life. You'd have some listing. You know, like I'm going hard on this, and we're listing hard, but we're not tipping over. You know, you just kind of have to take it a little bit easy and make the turn, you know. Could put some sort of roll control in there for that, but I also don't want the ship to be completely flat when we're in the waves, too. I want it to have a little bit of rock and roll. Like, you just take this turn really slowly and monitor your list. You know, you can take a nice slow turn like this. We can still turn it with a little bit of a list. Guess that's not bad. Let out some line. I forget how they do a pretty long line when they tow these. Part of it too is when you go out in the open ocean, they'll often pull them like this because the cable acts like a shock absorber. So as you're out here on the waves, the barge can go up and down, and it's not pulling on the ship much because the slack is taken up on the line. So like if we go to heavy wind, you would have the barge can rise and fall on its own. It's not really pulling on the power unit much. Power unit can heave on its own, and the barge can heave on its own. So that's kind of why it's nice. Why you would want to tow out in the open ocean is you let it. They heave themselves, and the cable can kind of rise and fall on its own. Like you can see, they can be on different heave cycles, and having a nice long cable lets you do that. So. All right, good. So that's working pretty well. I'm happy with all those numbers. That works. See how much fuel Tethys has. Citrus was asking that. Let's see. I can't remember. I changed it, so I did change it recently, so I kind of interested myself in what it is. It would be this one here, this one here, and it would be this one here. That's more than I thought it was. What was it? 13.3 and 12. So 25 and change. That's not bad. 25,000 liters of fuel. That's pretty good. It's more than I thought it was initially. I was counting one tank when I was thinking 13. Couldn't remember. Let's see why those aren't showing too. So let's get rid of the PID tuner. Trying to keep a clean, no microcontrollers all over the surface of this build so that we can use it. What was I going to do? Shite. I just was thinking about it. A fuel panel. Fuel panel's not reading properly, so I got to see what's up with this. All right, this is the fuel panel right there. Let's see. Why you're not reading correctly. All right, so we got bow fuel, stern fuel, def port, I don't have that in, def starboard, def pumps, I don't have def in here yet, diesel exhaust fluid, dock relay, port bat, star bat. All right, let's see. So it's probably a numbering problem or electrical problem. Nope, that's right on there. So that should be hooked up good, hooked up well. Goes there to there to there to there. Okay, I'm back. All right, let's check the numbering here. So all right, 19, 12. I think this was 13 as it was. All right, so what are those? Those are 3 and 4. Let's check what they're reporting as. Bow and stern, 3 and 4, out to the panel. 7, 8, 10, 11, 12. 3 and 4. We're not double using numbers, are we? Not. Okay, so why is this not reading? Check and see why my service panel is not reading right. Yeah, see, those aren't reading. What the hell? Batteries reading. Volts are reading. Dock power. Bow and stern diesel aren't reading. So why the hell are bow and stern diesel not reading? Check all these. This is, let's see, 9, 10, 11, 12, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Should be 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Should be 3 and 4. Let's check again. So this comes in here. Jesus Christ. DPI in my mouse. All right, panel goes into here. Daisy chains up. That's why. Shouldn't be going through there. I don't need to go through there. I don't know why I did. Let's do that. That's probably part of it. Let's check it. I just clicked on it, assumed it was a panel when I lined it up. There we go. That was it. It was going through the cable, so which was reading nothing. So that's what it was. All right, 13.3 in the front, and they auto level. So there's just a fluid port through a pipe to another fluid port, so they automatically level themselves. They're not that way. It evenly takes from the tanks. They don't. They're not actively leveled. So it passively levels. So they're gonna oscillate themselves. All right, so that's fixed. Nice. All right. So that is goob. All right, let's go ahead and save this. It's good work on Tethys. Trying to do some solid work on this. Just try to. It's, you know, these big ships take a lot of work, so trying to keep moving on it. All right, let's load up the regular save. I'm gonna go get coffee and try to put it on something so I don't freeze to death. And I'll be right back. All right, operation get a coffee and attempt not to freeze to death is a great success. Cat's yelling at me. You should be able to put a physics flutter in the fuel tank as long as there are no moving parts. I think I've done it before and it was fine. I've not tested it recently. I'll run a test at some point, but I think you can if memory serves. All right, let's see. We did a rescue. That's probably the dead bitch still sitting out there in the drink. Or the dying person that was aggravating me yesterday. Let's see. I'm not doing these, but let's check our no clip situation. No clips off. Let's check some of the other stuff. Player damage is on. I shut that off because, you know, I was getting glitched into the propeller, which I meant to fix that. I'll fix it later. Let's see. Override weather is off. Override time is off. Night duration's got to be at 30 or else I get terrible vertigo. Talking vertigo yesterday, I had a student give me really bad vertigo. We were doing a night flight, and she had, I think it was one of her first night flights. And so at night, you really can't see the clouds. So we're going VFR, and then we enter into a cloud. And so she was she instrument rated at this point? No, she was not instrument rated at this point. So she, like, rapidly... So the problem is your strobe lights will bounce off the clouds. Blue Cabrio. Let's go do that one. And so we went in the cloud, your strobes start flashing, and we both got vertigo for, like, instantly. And she freaks out and starts, like, yanking the yoke around and, like, exacerbated my vertigo. So I had to karate chop her hands and get the yoke back so that I could, you know, because you'll start getting these false indications, like as you enter a cloud, you'll think you're rolling backwards, so you, like, put it right into the ground. So it's, you kind of have to just trust your instruments, and so to get her off the controls and do it before we died. But she later became an airline pilot, so she advanced quite well. You have fire extinguisher? We do, I think. Let's go do that mission. I don't like the paint job on this. This was kind of a placeholder paint job that never got finished. Some sort of fox there, I believe. What sound does the fox make? I think it's meow, 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 something like that. Oh shit, don't tip over there, guy. Wind is blowing pretty heavily, too. What is that animal? What is that animal? Chupacabra? I think it's a goat. I think it's the opposite of a chupacabra. It's a meal for a chupacabra. Stand by. Trying to do two things at once. This part of the terrain's a little bit dicey. This I do not think has any active arrow system. Active arrow helps. Like, especially for most cars, all you have to do is put fins, all of them pointed at 100% down, and it kind of simulates some weight, gives you some better traction. A little bit of wind is not going to blow your craft around as much, so I don't believe this has that on here, so that would be helpful. Just kind of a mass simulation almost. It acts a little bit like it's heavier, you know. Gives a little bit of downforce, so... Now, some of these problems that are, you know, you could say are fundamental, like, physics problems in the game really aren't all that challenging to solve. It's like, put 4 fins, one by each tire, all with a, you know, either a +1 or a -1, whichever way you have them oriented, and it solves, like, a ton of problems, and it's like, you know, and that's why, like, you know, again, the benefit of it not being realistic is you can make some unrealistic builds that work, and then... To make it realistic, it really doesn't take that much as far as adding a couple things, and now you have something that behaves realistically, and you still have the freedom to make something pretty, you know, sci-fi or far-fetched or fantasy if you wanted, like, a flying galleon or something, you know. So, it's kind of why, like, oh, shit, like, see, that's me without active arrow. Too much wind, it's going to do a wheelie where all I need is 4 fins and it fixes it, so... That's kind of like, you know, I like a really realistic gameplay, but it also, like, you know, it would just make, like, anything kind of out of the ordinary, like when I built the UFO and stuff like that, pretty impossible. So even I'm not really all that militant on wanting things to be super duper realistic, because it's like I can still make it as realistic as I want, and people can make it as arcadey or as sci-fi or as fantasy as they want. You know, so I think it's better to have the game kind of have that flexibility than to be ultra realistic. I think for a lot of people that would just be super boring. So, you know, it gives us the ability to make the game play how we want. Like I can keep things super realistic. I can make boats that, you know, you have a ship that's designed to go 20 knots max, and somebody has to go 300 knots. Well. That has no appeal to me, but guess what? For them, that's fun, and they can have their fun, and I can have my ship go 20 knots if I want it to go, you know? Where if the game was super realistic, that person who wants that 20-knot boat to go 300 knots, the boat wouldn't do it, you know? It just would never be able to do it because the boat's designed to go through the water and not on top of the water, you know? And so they'd have to have, like, a halt, like... The other thing, too, is, like, they talk about one of the most dangerous types of racing is like is when they try to set the world records for water speed records, and the reason is, you know, at those speeds water's like concrete, so if you wreck, it's like hitting a concrete wall at 200 knots. You know, you're toast at that point. You know, you're just gonna become applesauce. I don't think I have a reser on here. We might have some more dead people. This guy's standing right in the plume. There are a couple there. I might just throw them in the drink for the sins. This car is way oversized. And I have no reser, I don't believe, so you get to be the winner. You... Adios, adios. The one thing that Des were talking about was, like, used to cause a lot of lag, and they think they fixed them all, was some of these missions were double spawning, and you get a huge SV environment problem if you have 2 vehicles, if you have blocks clipping. And so they talked about that in the live stream, how, like, you know, they had some bugs where, you know, 2 missions would spawn one inside of the other. And that caused huge problems. So, like, if you remember, you know, at some point in the past, like, you know, you might get some really bad lag all of a sudden, and it was those missions spawning inside of one another. Right now we have an issue with, like, I showed it yesterday. It was like we had 3 identical AI crafts spawned together because it was all the same model aircraft, and so it's like it's duplicating those. So you can see that some of those duplication errors being quite resource intensive, as it's like, you know, 3 helicopters in close proximity to each other. Used to get like really bad SV environment every once in a while with there was a ship that liked to crash up on the land, and so then it would glitch into the land, so you'd have blocks inside of blocks, and that's never good, or blocks inside of terrain. The other thing too is like this is unreasonably fast. Like a truck like this would probably be governed to 65, and I've got it going 80. You know, so it's Are we going the right way? Nope. I had to keep going straight. All right, I gotta go back. I thought it was behind me. It's in front of me. So that's on the in the bug tracker channel. That feature request for that to be selectable. Again, do I expect that to get done anytime soon? No. Is it? I think that's reasonable. You know, they just made the change. It's not like they're saying, "Hey, we're going to be doing UI for the next 3 weeks. Give us all your UI ideas." They're kind of, you know, it sounds like when Deltars was doing the Q&A, he has a to-do list, and he was adding certain things to the to-do list. You know, so it all depends on how, you know, how they're doing the hierarchy. I would assume if I were to assume, I'd say they split it up as what is a major update, what's a minor update. You know, the major updates tend to come out quarterly, and they don't do it, or you know, once October. You know, after the October update, that's pretty much I think the last major update for the year. So that's why we got the last major update end of January, I believe. When was it? When was fishing? End of January? I think it was January 30th, right? Yeah, end of January is because that's the quarter starting from October to January. That's the end of the first quarter. And then, so, you know, you kind of figure they're going to take the things that they're going to make majors, they're going to put those out on quarterlies. And then we're getting a new part every 4 weeks. So you figure then spreading those out as minors every 4 weeks. You know, so you get something like that. It could be in a bug fix, so it depends on what they're looking for. And you see like some of the recent bug fixes were things that have been kind of an issue for some months now. So, you know, even if they were like, oh yeah, we'll add that, it's probably not coming quickly because they have, you know, a big other to-do list. These people aren't despawning, are they? Interesting. Well, I wonder what I have over here. Maybe I actually, you know what? I haven't left this area in a while, so that's probably why they haven't despawned. I'd say probably when I leave this area, they'll despawn. That's what was happening before. I don't have any keep active blocks here. Did I shut down? No. Okay. I'm in neutral. That's why I was in neutral. Operator error. I don't know why I went and commented on Reddit today. Whiny bitch fest as usual over there. Yeah, I'd like to just put Reddit completely in the rear view, but there are a bunch of people over there, new players, people who are asking for help, and so it's try to go in there and be helpful, but it's a miserable place where the dregs tend to hang out. You know, it's like when somebody gets booted from the official, they go there to hang out to bitch and rant, you know, so it's like it's kind of almost self-selecting for, you know, there are a lot of good people on there too, but it's like it's self-selecting for the people who've just like misbehaved a million times and finally got booted from official. They go and hang out there, you know, and so it's the official, or not, it's not official, but the stormworks the stormworks Reddit is not really moderated at all, so it's pretty much Wild West over there. So it tends to self-select for the people who've worn out their welcome in every other place. They'll go and hang out at Reddit, you know. Like people who self-proclaim they haven't played in years, yet they go there every day and bitch. You know, it's like, dude, you haven't played this game in years. Why don't you move on? It's like how I used to be with Star Citizen, just going in there and bitching on Star Citizen every day. It's like, hadn't booted the game up in years, yet I go there and bitch, you know? So I was like, you know, I finally realized I was being the jerk. It's like, you know, go move on, play something else, you know? That's what I did. Much happier for it. Yeah, we'll see you later there, Amanda. Adios. Thanks for hanging out. Oh, yep, this needs steering work too. This one needs some steering work. This tow truck's pretty old at this point, so could use some steering work. Could use some active aero. Yeah, it's like on that topic of like the balance of realism and non-realism is like, you know, I think of cool builds I've made that would not work if things were realistic aerodynamically. Like Minky could work in a real world, but thrust to weight ratios, you wouldn't be getting something like that vertical takeoff. Just wouldn't. You know, it's just not going to happen. You know, so you'd put so many things that were just impossible. You know, so it's be careful what you wish for. You know, you want to make something a really hardcore simulator. You start to see the things dwindle that you can do because, you know, reality is pretty hardcore and it tells you, nope, that's not happening. Nope, that's not happening. You know, you go try to go supersonic with the wrong type of wing. You know, most people who like, you know, will say that aerodynamics sucks. Like, I would love to see them actually try to go recover a real airplane from a stall, see how well they do, how to do spin recovery, you know. VMCA, you know, you have to start worrying about multi-engine airplanes and VMCA, you know, torque, P factor, you know, all these things that like people would be like, oh, it just doesn't make any sense. It's like, it makes perfect sense. You just don't know any of the physics. You don't know any of the aerodynamics. You don't know any of the aeronautics. So it would become very challenging very quick if it was a 100% simulator. So it's like every one of these games, they have to kind of come in with a balance where it's not so onerously difficult that the average person can't just pick it up and play, you know? So. Yeah, this could use a transmission rework. Maybe I'll make it. I like this tow truck, but it could be cool to make a new one too. What I would like to do is do a wrecker with a, I forget what they're called. It's the crane on the back, but I forget what the technical term is for it. It has it has the rotating boom, the rotor boom on it. Maybe rotor boom, I think, sounds right. Sometimes they're just called rotors, I think. But it's short for rotating boom, so. As I have the Mac, which does not have a rotating boom, so maybe like I'll take one of my new truck chassis and put on a rotor boom on it. But it'd be nice to do another small one, like maybe even smaller than this. So we got a third of the people rescued there. The other two we threw in the drinky poos. Let's actually do a couple of fixes on this while we've got it out. So this could use active aero. So let's go ahead and see where I can put some finnage. All right, so we'll put a couple of fins in here. So active aero is a good way to get these to you know, behave like they have some mass to them. I can't see anything. All right, L. All right, so I've got two of those on there. And so what I want to do is from center of gravity. It's not really distance. From center of gravity is where you want to be. So CG's right here. So we're looking at 6 from center of gravity, and we want to go back to 6 right about here. So let's see if I can go 7 and see if it misbehaves. Might bias it a little bit, but we'll see. All right, so let's plumb those in. And then let's see, this is off. Alternator, why is that plugged in here? That's funky. I can go there anyway. And then what we'll do is, do I have a constant 1 anywhere? I don't know if I have a constant number anywhere. Let's just stick one in. So, like this is a big help with stabilization, is just put something like this in here. You know, because it's not realistic that, you know, the wind comes up. Like, cars will get blown around the wind, but, like, not as bad as they do. That's because they're so light, and so doing something like this is pretty easy to. Just it helps push it right into the ground and get you. You know, they don't need they should go in reverse. They should go reverse when you're in reverse, but you tend not to go fast enough in reverse. You tend to have to go like 60 miles an hour to get the fins to be really effective. So you're never going fast enough in reverse. In the boat, the water, for obvious reasons, because of the increased density, it has a greater effect with the fins. So the fins have a greater effect in the water. And so, you know, you can be going slower and they have a big effect. So you don't really have to worry about reverse too much. But that should help. Steering, what are we talking here? Where's the steering sensitivity? There's the steering controller. Usually I put it in the seat backs. Right here, what is that? Steering. Okay, I don't even have a steering controller in here. There's no steering controller in here, so we'll just save it as it is for now. That's at least a little improvement. Okay. All right, catch up on some chat. How's it going there, Jadrin? Good to see you. Just use the dimensions, Jadrin. You can, I put the dimensions in there. You can go ahead and use any of them. Just use those dimensions. So just make yourself a box and you can stick it in there. That's what I do. You know, just use any of the hangers and then just go ahead and make a box out of the dimensions. I think, let me read it so I don't get them wrong. Again, at the end of the day, go off of whatever it says in there. But it is 71 by 71 long, 63 wide, 21 high. You should have no problem with that. That's pretty big for an ultralight anyway. So you can go to any hanger and then just put in 71, 63, 21. Just make sure it's within that range. 21 is very high, so you're not going to run into that. 63 is very wide, and 71 is very long. So should have no problem fitting it in there. Yeah, I read it's just miserable on there, man. It's just I would love to just completely get off of it, but like I see some new players and their first thing they do is go to Reddit and they hear that everything's broken. And then so they assume that the game's just, you know, fucked. And like it's like if you go on the official or you go on mine or you go on any of these Discords and you just look at Vehicle Showcase, you see all these people building things constantly that work. And then you look at the workshop and people keep posting all these things that work. And so you'll get people say the game barely works. And it's like, dude, if the game barely worked, how do all these people make it? How do I stream for 4 hours a day if the game barely works? It's like, no, it's like these people don't understand how to make things work. And they blame it on the game instead of blaming it on themselves, frankly. You know, there are certainly problems with the game, but some people, you know, have chosen to work within the constraints of the games and use the tools available to make some really cool stuff. And other people have chosen to flap their gums. And so that's the only reason I still hang around Reddit is it's like I see new players and I do help people there quite a bit. And there are a couple people on there that I like interacting with, you know, that I still interact with there. But, you know, I would love to put it in the rear view, but it's just, you know. And then it becomes an echo chamber too, where that is the place to just shit on everything. And so it's like, it's nice to have some counterpoint to that as well, you know? You know, it's like, it's just Reddit's been the dregs for a long time. You know, like, there's a couple people, again, who, like, they self-proclaim have not played for years. And they just, like, sit on there. They just go on there constantly. Most of their posts to the stormworks subreddit, and they have not played for years, and they just go on there and bitch every day. It's like, dude, move on with your life, man. It's like, you haven't played in years. It's fine. Like, if somebody's still playing and has complaints, I have no problem with that. I may not agree with their complaint, but it's, I get that. But, like, if some people who, like, literally just don't even play anymore, it's like, I don't play Star Citizen anymore. I don't go on that forum and bitch every day, you know? Yeah, I used to, and it was like, I was being the jerk doing that, you know? It's just silly. Just reading chat, guys. Yep. Yeah. CG's post. If you wreck doing a water speed record, it can be worse than being ejected from an F1 car. Yeah, it's just, at that speed, at that pressure, the water does not get out of the way. And it acts like concrete. And it's like you think about when a jet lands in the water, coming in at approach speeds of like 120 knots, it rips the engines off. Sometimes like when a jet lands gear up on asphalt, it doesn't rip the engines off. Like that's it can tear the plane apart, and you can crash on asphalt, and it does not rip the plane apart as much as it does on water, because it's like craggy ground. It's like the waves are like concrete at that speed, but they're all bumpy. So it's like landing on a mountainside at 120 knots is going to rip the plane apart. If you land on smooth, glassy water, it's still gonna if they're underslung engines, once the engines hit, it's gonna cause so much drag, it's gonna plow the nose, and that's why you land gear up, is you don't want a cartwheel. You leave the gear up when you land on the water. Reading some chat. Has to cost what? No. It has to cost less than 1,000. It has to cost less than 10,000, and it has to weigh less than 1,000. Those are less than. Make sure I put in less than symbols. Everyone else can check it too. Make sure I put in less than symbols. That looks like a less than symbol to me. Yeah, that's a less than symbol. Yeah, so it has to be less than $10,000, and it must weigh less than 1,000. Yeah. Yeah, I agree, CG. Like CG said, first thing I see when somebody's saying the game gets worse with every update, then they just can't be bothered to learn it. Yep, a lot of people they're not adaptable. They don't want to adapt. They just want to, a lot of people hate learning. A lot of people hated school. They hated, that's not what they want to do. They just want to build some, and they just like fucking around in game, which is fine, but that's not what the game is about. The game's an engineering and building game. So, there is a large contingent of this player base who all they do is download somebody else's build off the workshop. They don't ever build anything themselves. That's fine, but they need to understand that they are not the target audience for the game. They are playing the game in a way that it was not designed to be played. That's fine. You can do that all you want, but you can't expect the game to be catered to your off-label use, essentially. You're playing the game in an off-label way. The game's not going to be catered to you. The game is catered to what it was designed to be, which is a building and engineering game. So it is designed for people to build and engineer. If you don't like building and engineering, then you're going to have to rely on other people's building and engineering skills. And so those people who don't know how to build anything, they'll grab something off the workshop. It could be years old. I literally keep getting messages from people like, oh, this build, it's not working. And the last time somebody did that, the build worked fine. They couldn't articulate what was wrong with it. And I tested it out for an hour, and it was fine. Nothing was wrong with it. But the build was 2 years old. So it's some of the stuff 2 years old, you got to look at the date too. Is if it's 2 years old, maybe that person's not going to go back to it, and it hasn't been updated in 2 years. And because they don't play the game, they can't fix it because they haven't bothered to learn it. So, it's like somebody asked, the other day on Steam, discussions how to roll back their game. And so somebody sent them the old file from like, now it's like many versions outdated. Let's look real quick on the version count. So like if we look at the version count here, let's see, when did Pressure come out? Wow, it's a lot. I just want to see the version number. I'm curious. We're close now. Let's see. All right, here we go. It was version. Do they have the version number? Please put the version number so I know what. 1.9 was when Space came out. So the version pre-Space was. Oh, there's one of my builds. Lovely. That's the other one, the other gripe that I don't really get is like when people bitch that these pictures aren't attributed. Like, this is my picture. Do I care that the devs didn't directly say this picture from Captain Cockles on it? No, I'm not that much of an egotist that I need that. I'm just thrilled that, hey, look, that's cool. They picked my picture for the weekly update. Yay. You know, so 1.8.1. We're currently on version 1.10.4. So, like, people are literally installing the old version because they can't take the, I would say, an hour at most to learn all the mechanics from Pressures. It's all locked now. Like, literally, like, Steam, like, pretty much Steam, most of the Steam stuff works. You just get rid of the pumps. That works. You know, you got to vent some of your tanks. Like, I've shown you guys when I've changed my builds. Like, I literally have some builds I have done nothing to. Like, that are old builds, like that, and you've seen me use them the last couple days. The container mover that I used there, that one was old, and I have changed nothing on it as far as pressurization update. It just works, you know. So it's like a lot of those people are just like they have no desire to adapt, and it's like, you know, you're in the wrong thing if you have no desire to adapt. You know, you can't at the same time ask for things to get quote unquote fixed and then not be willing to adapt to new things. Because as things change, you need to be able to adapt to them. And some people are just, to a certain extent, lazy. They don't want to learn anything. They don't want to adapt and change. And that's what this game is about. And you can play it however you want, but it's the fundamental of what it is not going to change. All right, let's see. We have a small boat in distress, requested assistance, 7 Grandio. Let's see what the wind is here. All right, let's go ahead. We're not too bad a wind here. Trying to think what I want to take. Let's take Rougeau. Let me show you this build. So when we went and did that rescue yesterday, I might bring this build back at some point. Let me see where it is. I worked on this one a long time ago. The hull is pretty good. The hull is pretty good. This is like the size of boat when we went out in the really bad wind. This is about the size of the boat you'd want. And so this one I want to work on. This one would be kind of cool. This one needs work, but it's currently diesel electric and a mess. It's an absolute mess in here. I need to redo this, but it's kind of a cool boat. This would be kind of just completely rebuild this. Mostly drivetrain issues, but that would be kind of cool. That's about the size that you'd want for some of these like really bad weather rescues. Rougeau is pretty big too. Like, this doesn't look that big, but it's pretty large. So it handles the weather pretty well. Plus it has auto shutting doors. It's also designed, it only has this level. So like Rougeau can't sink as long as this door shuts, and this, like, if it rolls over, as long as this cabin doesn't fill with water, it's fine. It'll roll right back up. So that's why it has an auto shutting door. The door shuts when water gets in here. That protects you from sinking. Yeah, that engine is insanity. That was back when I was running diesel electric on a lot of stuff. Like, that needs, like, maybe 2... I don't even know what it needs. Like, maybe 12-cylinder 1x1s. Could probably run that boat fine. Maybe. It's running 4 props off double prop heads. So it might, you might want a little bit of a bigger engine on there. But Doesn't need that big of an engine. That's a pretty old build. This needs some work too. This could use an update. It's, you know, this has been getting steadily updated, but on the workshop, it's got a very old version on the workshop. That's all right there, Alistair. I just want to make sure I typed it in right before people are like, "Oh, it has to be more than 1,000. Why is it ultralight?" Yeah, just build it in a box. That's what I would do. I said that when I started the video was, you know, if you don't have the Industrial Frontier, just go by the dimensions. You know, I'm just going to spawn it there, and then I'm going to take off from there. You know, that's one of the because I don't want to take off from an airport with it because it's an ultralight. You know, those are cool. They take off in farm fields. Like they're very slow. You know, they're cheap. I would love to have one. The problem is they're just like they could be rickety. I don't like if I had a farm with some acreage, I would buy one, but you know. Be nice to get back to flying at some point. Yeah, that's the thing. If you want to learn the pictures, like Phil puts every week, he puts it up there, you know, and then I do the video. It's in there in the video. So like, you know, and then the other thing too is like learn how to do some things in your own as well. Like, literally, I brought it up the other day. It was almost every other question on the week where Britzilla's airplane was on there. It was literally like every other question was asking about Britzilla's. I just got the message, but I don't see it. Did it sync? Let me see how close we are. We're still a minute out. Okay. It was like every other question was like, I think at one point people were just trolling, but it was like literally every other question people asking, "Oh, what's that red airplane? What's that red airplane? What's that red airplane?" And somebody would say, "That's Britzilla's this." You know, and like they gave them all the information they would need to get it. And then like people literally were too lazy to read 2 posts up. And it's like those are the people you're dealing with. And it's like unfortunately you like at some point like you can bring somebody to water but you can't make them drink, you know. It's like you've showed them how to get the information and they just like have showed they're too lazy to get it, you know, to do anything with it, you know. Like somebody asked on Reddit about that, and at that point I was already kind of annoyed by the consistent questions about it. And I literally showed them how you would do a search. You go on Vehicle Showcase, you know, you look for the picture. You see that person said finally it fits in Britzilla's airplane. You search stormworks Britzilla, you know, and now that you've searched stormworks Britzilla, it comes up with his workshop page. You go on the second page and there it is. It's like, you know, like Phil had responded to that too with exactly whose it was, and I put a comment. I'm like, you know, teaching people to fish. Like, thanks Phil for teaching people to fish, because it's like it's just amazing. Like, it's not even like the people don't know how to search for something. They're just too lazy to do it. And that I find frustrating. It's like if you legitimately like have searched and you're like, dude, I searched for an hour, I can't find this build. Like, I'm happy to just like help it out because you've shown you've done the effort. But a lot of those people are just asking for somebody else to do the work for them, and that gets annoying. You know, it's annoying when somebody else just wants you to be their busy boy, and it's like, nope, sorry, man. You know, show me you put some effort in, and I'll be happy to help you the rest of the way. But it's like, you know, when you've put in no effort and then you want somebody else to do it for you, that's just laziness. Yeah, it shouldn't be rewarded. 2? 2. Okay, good. Just these 2 Johnnies. Oh, APU needs to come on. This needs a fix. Let me work. I got to work on this too at some point. This has a high enough RPS value too. This should not be having the power problems it's having. Just turn the APU on because we were getting, we get a solid discharge when this is at full throttle, which I do not know why. I gotta look at it. Probably just a p-value problem. I think I was having backup battery problems on this one too. So see, we're down to 30% battery. Something is absolutely decimating my electricity in this. I gotta see what the hell it is. I don't know what is decimating the electricity. With the APU running, we're getting a solid charge. So we are charging with the APU on. I think it was Mr. Black Beaver did a cool thing where it automatically goes in APU mode on the engines, on the regular engines. That was cool. Yeah, it could be having a vacuum in my APU tank too. All right, here, let's. I don't want to make today too ranty, but like, let's look at like, you know, I'll call out Phil on this. Phil does a great job every week. Phil goes in. And he's literally, like, here he is, second comment. Okay. This week here he is, second comment. He must get pissed off when he doesn't make the first one. This was the annoying week where everybody was asking for that. Here's Phil, second comment. All right. So Phil is like one of the first or second comments every week. This was the annoying week. Just quickly check here. And this is why it gets annoying is so like Phil tells you in the second comment who put the picture on. Okay, so we've got level 99 Archadude Carnival and FJ Warner. You can go in there and search the vehicle showcase and it will show you all the pictures those people put up. And then let's see how quickly we start getting, you know, how quickly we get all these questions about that plane. And, like, literally people can't just scroll up. And that's kind of the, right here is by Beef Supreme. Right here. What is the plane in the first screenshot? Literally, like, that's how far he is from his answer, right here. So he didn't scroll up. So Phil put in how to find the screenshots. Okay. And then we'll get another one here in a second. And then it's constant after that, you know. And it's like, it's just, that's the level of people you're dealing with sometimes, so it's... Why didn't this stop the thrust when we... Why are we still thrusting? Oh, it's the APU, we're not thrusting. We did stop, it's the APU. It has auto stop, it did stop. The APU is revved up to make battery. It's like, why are the engines loud? This is the other thing that I thought was a good addition. So before, the water used to instantly fill that. This is one of the reasons why things fill strangely now. It was to fix a problem. Like, this used to instantly fill with water. Now, as you can see, it doesn't go in there and fill my ropes and look like crap. So that was a aesthetic change the devs made because people had asked for it. You know, and then other people will complain that, you know, ships don't look right when they sink. And so it's like sometimes the changes, like, it might seem illogical to you, but it was fixing another problem that other people were having. You know, so it's like, you might make one person happy at the cost of somebody else. Ooh, there's a crate. You know, and that's what some people aren't getting. They think that they're the only person playing, so that if something that they want gets changed, then they think the world is ending. Where then you have 10 people sitting in the wings who are thrilled, you know. It was kind of like, you know, and it brought up the squad thing was, you had all these people decrying the end of Squad. It happened in Tarkov. Ooh, there we go. It happened in Tarkov. There was a big change. They call it the inertia change, right? So, like, you used to be able to, like, carry as much shit as you ever wanted in Tarkov. You could have the biggest bag full to the brim. You could have, you know, as much armor and gear and crap and guns on you as you wanted. And it would work on your stamina. It would cause your stamina to be lower, but it wouldn't, I shut my engines off. it would make your stamina less, but you could still move normally. And so what the devs did was, again, the whole point of Tarkov is supposed to be a more realistic, tactical survival game. Like, the point is you're supposed to try to survive. And so that's what Nikita has said the game is about. That's what he made it for. And so you had a bunch of people playing it like Call of Duty. And so they came in with the inertia thing. So the heavier you are, the longer it takes for you to stop your movement. So if you have 60 kilograms of gear, it's going to take you a couple extra steps to stop, just like it would in real life, right? If you're pushing a wheelbarrow and that wheelbarrow weighs 400 pounds and you try to stop quickly, it might take you 4 or 5 stops. Ooh, there's something in the water. It might take you 4 or 5 stops to actually get stopped. And so that they added that to the game. So you had a ton of people, like kind of the Call of Duty community, who played Tarkov, complaining that, oh my god, this is the death of Tarkov. Tarkov's not fun anymore. Tarkov's dead. Might as well just give up. Devs are so stupid. And they thought they were the silent majority, but they are really the vocal minority. And guess what? Some of them went away. Some of them adapted and learned to play the game the way it was supposed to be played, as stated by the developer. And, you know, and then... You know, so some of them are just, they left because they couldn't take it. And that's fine. You know, they were not the target audience. And guess what? People, I would say the vast majority now are happy with those inertia changes. Everybody's used to it now. Nobody complains about it. You know, so some of that stuff, it's just like everybody's going to bitch in the first place when change comes. Change is hard, and once they learn it, once they adapt to it, it doesn't become a problem anymore. It becomes the new normal, you know? Yes, Phil is in Quantum Bullet. Yeah, that's one reason I put the, you gotta go, Zach, you will see you. That's one reason why I put the dimensions in. Like, if you want to build in a bigger hangar, you can do that. And I assume some people aren't going to have the DLC, so... You know, it might even be easier to build in a regular hangar that you can take straight off of, but, you know, it doesn't really matter to me where you build it. I'm just going to spawn it there and use it there. That was a lot of, so all the crates must have reset. What's this one? This has been sitting down there a while, this repair mission. I don't feel like doing that, though. Might take off in Tethys. Yeah, Phil often changes his name, too. Like, you can see him, he's in a lot of the Discords, and you can see he has a different name in some of the Discords. So that's why I added the other names channel for, like, you know, for if people have a bunch of different names, it just makes it easier sometimes. Yeah, it was interesting. It's weird that Alistair couldn't see it until I sent him the invite, so that's weird. I looked at the permissions. It's permissed to everyone, so it's weird. Cat trying to bend the rules again and trying to be a pain in the ass, and then we'll never submit anything. I'm gonna go whitelist on these build challenges soon enough. Yep, Cat's getting banned off build challenges. I'm sick of his shit. Gonna keep his shit up. He's gonna get banned off build challenges. He literally pushes my buttons every build challenge, and then he doesn't submit anything. So, on thin ice. Oh, it hit the waypoint. I'm like, what's it doing? And I'm like, it stopped. It did exactly what I programmed it to do, to stop when it gets to its waypoint. It's like, what is it doing? If I could find out how to get to the right screen, we'd be in great shape here. Yeah, I might start building my own little ultralight too. It'd be kind of fun to have. I like to build one alongside too. That kind of lets me see into the pitfalls of. You know, the thing is, I built 2 ultralights recently. I've worked on that other one recently, so I kind of know that. You know, the rule set's possible. You know, I pretty much went with double. You know, double weight, double money on my stuff, and that keeps it. Keeps it well within reality, or well within the realm of possibility, I guess. Trying to figure out how to set up the now streaming so it how it auto pings. I'll have to see. What I might be able to do with webhooks, where it automatically, whenever I post something, what the fuck, it posts it to all the guys who want to be posted. Could you, what? Oh, it's actually not that hard. What I can do is I can do the first one manually. What the hell's going on here? I can do the first one manually and then just copy it. What's going on here? It's like the autopilot's fighting me, maybe? I think that's what it is. The autopilot's off, though. What's going on here? Weird. This is behaving weirdly. I think the autopilot was trying to fight me for a second there or something. I don't know what it was. It was something weird. Likes doing that pressurization thing and hurting me. All right, let's see. Let's save this up. I think we'll go and we'll do some building here. Oh, it's March 1st. Good lordy. Yeah, I think that'd be kind of cool to have some pirates. That's a good idea, like Somali-style pirates, not eye patches and peg legs. Yeah, that'd be kind of cool. Yeah, you know, again, I'm all for that stuff. Just put it on a checkbox. You know, have a kind of small boat, machine guns only. That'd be kind of cool. And they just pursue you, like, you know, they're not gonna go into big things where they have to change huge parts of the logic. And so if they did it kind of like they just chase you and shoot at you, that would make sense, you know. And then if you wanted, you could choose, like, you know what? This is what I would do too, is I would put them in a region. That way there's a region where the pirates are. And so, you know, if you want, the other thing too, you could also do a slider like you do with Weapons DLC. The problem becomes, I don't know if the weapons would have to be engaged for everybody to be functional for them to work in a single-player game. So I'm curious if they would have to essentially change the way the DLC works. Because, like, you can use them for decoration if you don't have the DLC, but you can't fire them. So if they added enemy pirates, would they have to change it so that people who don't have the DLC could still have access to the pirates? I don't know. Let's go ahead and, I don't know, let's stick around with a little ultralight here. Kind of like to build alongside. Seeing a couple of people's, I have been seeing a couple of people's builds are kind of cool already, so. I like Phil's little his, his little trailer on this boat there. What is this? What is Citrus's post here? What do you got here, Citrus? I see a huh. What's the issue? The first time it kicked you off, was that what it was? Oh, that's neat. If he doesn't read the rules, he's about ready to get booted. He's going to do it again to me. Yeah, oh, the weird stairs. Yeah, those are interesting, yeah. All right, let's start working on this. So let's look at some reference material. These have been fun making these little craft too, because they're kind of they're a more fun way to move around than just teleporting everywhere. Like I was looking at this Merlin ultralight yesterday. These are cool, these paragliders. This one was in Howard the Duck. I had tried something like this, putting the wings on a pivot. That didn't work for shit. One thing I'd like the devs to do is make the smaller set of propellers. That would be cool because, like, we can make some tiny engines, but we can't get small enough propellers for some of this stuff. That's kind of a pain. So I forget what, let's see, part... Ultra light heart. I think it's 103. FAA 103. Let's see. All right, this is from the FAR's 103. So it says this part prescribes rules governing the operation of ultralight vehicles in the United States. For purposes of this part, an ultralight vehicle is a vehicle that, again, these are not my rules for the challenge, but this is what an ultralight is for U.S. in the FARs. It says, is used or intended to be used for man operation in the air by a single occupant. You can put more than one seat if you want. I don't really care for our ultralight purposes. The reason why they don't want multiple seats is if you kill your passenger, they want you licensed. So they can take your license away. And so it's single occupant. So if you go up in a silly little ultralight and you crash and kill yourself, you know, you killed yourself. You didn't kill you didn't bring your kid up, but you didn't kill your kid. Because then they have to have more stringent regulations. That's why they do single occupant. Is used or intended to be used for recreation or sport purposes only, so no commercial. There's a big thing, and even though I have a commercial pilot's license, I can't just be like, hey, give me $100 and I'll fly you to the Cape. Can't do that. That's called holding out. Does not have any U.S. or foreign airworthiness certificate. And is, if unpowered, weighs less than 155 pounds. Or, if powered, so that would be like a what the hell are they called? Oh my God, I can't think of the word. Hang glider. Hang glider. So a hang glider, for example, would have to be less than 155 pounds. Or weighs less than 254 pounds empty, excluding floats and safety devices, which are intended for deployment in a potentially catastrophic situation. So that would be, does not count the weight of a parachute. Has a fuel capacity not exceeding 5 U.S. gallons. Is not capable of more than 55 knots. So none of these rules are applicable to the challenge. It would be impossible to get it down to this. Like the gallons is fine. The 55 knots would be a pain in the ass to make work. Has power off stall speed, which does not exceed 24 knots. So essentially, like in the U.S. here, like as long it can't go faster than 55 knots, and it can, the stall speed has to be as low as 24 knots. So that's pretty interesting there. Again, we're not going by this for the challenge, but that would be kind of like what an ultralight is via the laws in the U.S. So kind of neat to go over that. I was just interested in that. Unlock all properties. Okay. So I started working on a little one yesterday. So I've only done wing pieces. The benefit of the wing pieces is their weight. So like if we grab a small wing section, it does give you some lift too. See, it says the airfoil section also provides lift, wing surface to provide lift and cut through the air. It weighs 5. This is one of the benefits of it. It weighs 5, and it encompasses a space of 3 by, what are we talking there? 3 by 7, so 21 blocks. So this would weigh 21 if it was blocks, and it weighs 5 if it is wing segment. That's why, like, you know, for my ultralights, I use wing segments just for that. But, like, you can get it pretty light with still using block segments. Oh, my God. Click that, you donkey. So, like, you know, personally, for my little play-around build here, I want to make it as small as possible. Kind of attractive to me to get it as small as possible. All right, so let's say I want to hide microcontrollers in the wings. This is one thing on the other builds. The problem is if you use wing segments, you can't hide the microcontrollers in the wings. So that is a little bit of a pain in the ass. So let's have some fun and build a little one here myself. You know, I was trying a 1-cylinder last night. 1 cylinder is just not going to cut it. 1 cylinder is just too small, frankly. But I do like kind of making it as small as possible, so that's kind of definitely been on a small build kick. The nice thing is they're usually easier to finish, and they are, you know, they're challenging because you really need to be very precise in how you build stuff to get them to work right. A radial would be cool. I haven't done a radial yet. Trying to think if I want a pusher or puller on here. Pusher would be kind of cool. Pusher makes the tail tough, so let's do a puller. But I do like kind of making a build alongside with you guys, kind of see everybody's different. You know, it also, like, if I'm having a ton of troubles getting it to balance out right or doing a bunch of stuff, I can kind of be like, okay, we need a rule change, you know, because I'm struggling to do X, Y, and Z, so I bet everybody else is too, so. I would love to do a 1-cylinder, but I do not think there's any possible way to get a 1-cylinder to get it to turn a prop. The prop has so much resistance. Like, I was trying a 1-cylinder. I can get a 2-cylinder to work. A 1-cylinder is just really, really tough, but I don't see any way to get a 1-cylinder to work. Let's play with it. Let's see if I can get a 1-cylinder to work. I just don't see a 1-cylinder working. It's too small. All right, let's get... So let's go T-piece. Because once you get into the gearbox, the propeller can only get so small, so it ends up being... It ends up being kind of a pain in the ass to get it to, yeah, it really becomes a pain trying to get the propeller small enough that it can, fit. And it's still, you know, you have to have quite a bit of torque to move it. Like, I would love it if the devs would give us a smaller propeller. I really would. It's just two blades is going to be your least resistance. That's going to be your best bet, but still the diameter is too big. Like, I would love it if they would make one that would go down to, like, say, here, and then maybe out to here maximum, so it has from 1 to 3. Because this is the smallest footprint right here. I think that's still too big. Like, I don't think they envisioned us doing things like ultralights, and so it makes it tough. to get stuff this small because the propellers. Read some chat here. I'll catch up real quick. Yeah, but pirates would be kind of cool. That would be interesting. Yep. Hey, Cap, the stormworks Discord is now the official... Oh, is it? Oh, good. Yeah, I saw they did a bunch of rules changes today. Clean that up. It's auto attribution for how many hours you have in the game, for how many subscriptions you have. So yeah, I think it's a great idea. I think they you know, because like for example, if you had little tiny boats with machine guns and you ran into them every once in a while, it would be kind of a cool incentive for you to carry a little bit of protection on your boat. I think that could be kind of cool. Like one thing you know what would be cool? Here, let's expand on this really quickly. Let's spawn this and then here. So like, you know, I've talked a bunch about how like this area all around here is so friggin' barren. Like they could add they could add Pirates Cove down here, right? Or they could add yeah, like we wouldn't put up here, but let's say they had Pirates Cove. And there's like Pirates Cove right here, and then you have another island over here, which is a POI. Make it like as big as this, so like maybe this big. And so as you try to go from here to there, that's when you would run into pirates. And so like this would be a lucrative trading route, but you know, you go past pirates, and so there's a chance. So you know that if you're going to go on that route, you might get harassed by pirates. And so let's say if you get within 20 kilometers of Pirates Cove, they will, you know, you'll get some pirates. That would be kind of a cool way to do it, where you're not, you know, you're not aggravating the people who don't want to deal with pirates. Like one of the things that turns me off from Star Citizen so much is I want nothing to do with like trolley ass people who just want to pirate all day and ruin my fun. You know, that's something that I really have no interest in. And so like they have, you know, you have a contingent of people playing Star Citizen who all they want to do is pirate and like use other people as their fun. And like I have no interest in that. And so it's you know, it's kind of nice where it's in a certain area. So if you go down there, you're essentially consenting to deal with pirates. If you don't go down there, you're saying, I don't want to deal with pirates. I think that's a good way to do it, so that if you go near Pirates Cove, guess what, man? You might have to deal with pirates. You know, and so if you could outrun them, if you didn't want to deal with them at all, you know, it would be kind of cool. So this is my #1 way of running cooling right now. I find impellers to be very low resistance. I might even do a belt drive on this. Let's try a belt drive on this. Let's try not, because I'm hurting for power. I really am hurting for power on this engine, so let's screw that off right now. Let's try not to use an impeller on this one, but impeller I find to be the best. I'm trying to make a one-cylinder work. We'll see. I think it's going to be a fool's errand trying to get a one-cylinder work, but we'll see. Okay. But I like these small builds. They're just very challenging to get, you know, everything fit in and make it look proportional. And that's kind of why I like to do these. That's why I thought it would be a good challenge. Is it's got a lot of ins and outs to it. All right, let's go. So I was talking about this before. The thing that's is going to help you if you're trying to do one fuel tank. You can put as many fuel tanks on there as you want. You just have to worry about running into weight concerns. But one thing is I can fill them up. So I showed when I started the episode today that if you put on one small tank, that will work. I will fill it up before I go. So it has 4 liters, and then if you plug it into the fuel pumps, it will have 31 liters. So I will be filling it up before I go. So you don't have to worry about like putting in 10 tanks. 1 tank should be fine. I'll fill it up before I go. It's gonna be a pain there. Let's see. Trying to orient this the way I need it. So if I were you, I'd make sure you put a some sort of hose anchor on your tank so that I can fill it up. So that's going to make it much easier to get enough fuel in here to. It's a pretty short flight, but again, you probably don't really want to have a useless craft that you can only use for the challenge. It's kind of nice to have a toy you can play with later. Like just being able to fill it's helpful. All right, so that has everything it needs. I'm thinking this, like, it's tough to run a 1-cylinder. It's gonna probably have to go at least to 2. It's a lot of mass to move. All right, what do we have mass-wise here? We're only at 137. It's much easier to put a tail on this when it is much easier to put a tail on this when it is front engine. We're up to now there 157. I'm going to run these with negative lift on them, see how I do. Mine, I'm trying to go extra. These are... I wish there was another size of these, too. More control surface size would be nice, devs. That would be really fun. That's excessive, like crazy. That's pretty excessive. Yeah, I think that's excessive here. I really don't like the look of these little fins, but sometimes you got to use them. Trying to make mine as small as possible just for the funsies of it. Like, I haven't built a super, super tiny one yet. Kind of, like, I set myself these little goals of, like, just make it as small as possible. Kind of fun. Yeah, any little bit of balancing changes cause problems with a build this small, so that's kind of something that's important to consider as well. What are we at now? 190, so that's still pretty good. See how high the seat has to be. I think, yeah, one too high. Okay. Especially with being able to do some XML cosmetic stuff, you can do some interesting things to get the weight down with XML pipes and stuff like that. Let's cut that back. Give me a little bit out of the prop wash there. I like the general silhouette of it. Okay, where are we at? Center of gravity's right on my head. Beautiful. The other one that's kind of you know, again, this is where I would want to turn on the old system is the tires now will spawn like that. So the old system, they would spawn like that on spawn in. So, you know, again, so I can see where like some people might have preferred that. All right, let's see, symmetry off. 1, 2. There we go. Grab you. Go like that. Is that in a line? I can't freaking tell. It is, but it's just tough to tell. Okay. Okay, let's go. Just want to spin that propeller, make sure it's not going to hit anything. Like, the other thing, too, with ultralights is you're not really required to have much in the way of, like, I don't think nav lights and all that stuff. It's pretty basic on that. They're not really governed under the regular rules. Push the CG back just a little bit too far. So, like, let's cut in here and let's put some weight blocks in there. That's why I make my wings just grayed out. Okay. Symmetry was off, so let's fix that. Okay, let's drag that forward a little bit, see if it balances. Let's make sure it's on the ground. There we go. That's just barely doing it. We could probably slide the seat forward 1, too. 1 as well. Electricity. All right, good. So the propeller's not going to hit the tire. Nice. All right, nice. That works. Let's cut you down to 50. Cut these down to 50s. See where our weight's at? 277, about $2,000. All right, good. What's a seat weigh? 7. Okay, good. So we can use that for a little bit of ballast. All right, so let's see if I can strip a little bit of mass out of the tail. Shift it a little bit forward here. Nice, getting there. Nice. All right, it's getting there. All right, good, good, good. Let's see. You see how tiny little changes, how big of a difference they make with something this small? That's kind of why, why it's fun is it's really very, very particular. All right, good. I'll start working some micros in here. So we got 2x. We don't have a lot of space for micros, and that's kind of on. I got to start putting in control surfaces too. So let's do that before I forget, and then we have issues. Might want to swell the wing a little bit. I'm trying to keep the wing as small as possible, so. I do not like the look of these. I wish they would give us some small control surface. These look absolutely horrendous, these little fins. So I never use them, and they just look friggin' horrific. They look so bad. They really do. Might swell the wing because I just can't abide these little terrible looking things. They look so horrific. They really do. I absolutely hate the look. Like, they don't look bad here, but they look terrible up here. Oh, they look so bad. They're just very blocky and short. Like, I like the look of the regular control surfaces. They look much better. All right, ailerons. I'm just trying to keep it small, though. That's kind of the thing. And then flappage. Oh, fuck. Symmetry. Problem, they're really cutting my microcontrollers if I do this. That's not too bad. I just want this. I want this to be as small as possible, frankly. All right, so let's go. That is micro space there. So we got a couple microcontrollers. 4x2, so that's 8 nodes. That's not bad. That's pretty good on space there. I'm trying to see. I got to figure out how to XML these in. Let's see. Let's do. I can't cut there. Shit. Yeah, I want to put in XML blocks to fix these. So let's just. Yeah, we're gonna have to swell the wings a little bit because I'm just not gonna be able to get them to look the way I want if I don't do that. Let's go from hue to hue. Okay, back here. All right, swell the wing just a little bit, but not too much. All right, well, that will give us more space. Because I need to be able to hide the microcontrollers in here. So, like, if I go, like... I can't cut there. So, like, I could go and put them in here with... Let's count the space here. What's that? That is a 9er. So, 5 there. Now it's 3. I can cut across and put a XML in there. So, my XML would go there. And then that would be microcontroller space here and here. And then this can be... We could even put a couple independent units here for stuff. So what are we talking? 4x2s? Okay, 4x2s. So we can do 4 4x2s in there. So that's actually quite a bit of microcontroller space. All right, so that's a good bit of microcontroller space, and then that can be XML covered, and then these can be for anything like constant number blocks that I have to stick in there. That's actually quite a bit of nodes, so let's start working on an engine. All right, let's read some chat here. Yeah, it'd be interesting. Yeah, more wheels would be nice, like center hubbed wheels, tail dragger wheels, a bunch of wheels. Like, you know, those are the things that'll... All right, we'll see you later there, Jadron. Thanks for hanging out. You know, some of those are those things that people say, oh, we've been asking for years, and the devs haven't given us. It's like, yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if those are on their to-do list. It also is like, you know, working on like wheels. It would like I wouldn't mind if they put out like a new wheel on a minor update. You know, it could be a major update where they're like, yeah, we know people want windows and wheels. We'll go ahead and we'll put out a major that will be windows and wheels. You know. As a pack. So I don't know. We'll see what they do with that. They may or may not ever do anything with it. But let's do composite input. Engine. Composite input seat. So this is going to be the engine micro. Starter, I'm going to go directly. This saves me a node. So I want to do number input air. Or output, rather, air. Air. Number, output, fuel. I could supercharge this to get a little power to that one cylinder. I really want to make this one cylinder work. I think if I'm going to do a one cylinder, I think it has to be supercharged. I don't think there's any other way to do it. I think it has to be. Yeah, I really can't think of any other way to do it. Okay. I think we'll go direct alternator off of Okay. This will go to the clutch and the alternator. It'll be constant 1 for those. What else do we need? That will also go to the water pump. So that really shrinks that up. Let's start playing with this and trying to get it there. Here, do I have any coffee left? I hope so. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna go grab a quick coffee. All right. Let's get these lined up here. It'd be nice if we get some power out of this. All right, so let's go seat. We want up, down. So that is 4. Don't do that. Let's see. Point 0 to 1 enabled. Was it 3? Let's do 4. Let's do max 20 RPS. I don't think we'll ever get there with a 1-cylinder, but we shall see. Okay. Let's update this. I'm gonna go grab up. I don't like this one, so I'm just gonna copy over it, and then let's grab all the post-pit information, so I don't have to redo it. Okay, RPS is gonna go in there. Let's see. Let's do occupied. Occupied. Okay, that's good. It's just constant 1 to be used for a bunch of stuff there. Let's stick that somewhere up here is fine. All right, so let's see. We're running 1, -1 there. RPS running through there. That should be fine. Stoics in there. Okay, good. Okay, let's go up, down, reset 100%. Throttle. Okay, let's see. Trigger is going to be push brakes. Let's see. Okay, 6 is going to be a push starter. Okay, make sure that's plumbed. It is. Okay, good. Let's plug this in. Constant 1's going to go to the clutch. There and the alternator. RPS goes to the crank. Fuel's gonna go there. Air is gonna go there. Okay, let's see. We're good there. We're pretty good there. All right, let's hook up some control surfaces. WS, peach. Alpha Delta. There and there. YAR. A is left, right. And we'll also go to steering here. All right. I'm probably going to have to supercharge this. It's kind of thing of that going to have to be the way. But let's go ahead and spawn it. We'll see. See, what am I missing here? The PID turn on? Let me check it. Okay, that's occupy 32 PID 4 to 20 increment 0.001 enabled. That's too low. Should be. That should start though. Let's see what we're doing here. You check everything. Air intake, fuels there. We have exhaust. There we go. We're up and running now. Steering's backwards on the wheel. Rudder's correct. Elevators are correct. Aileron is correct. Wow, got all that in the first try. That's a shocker. Usually that takes 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12 tries to get right. Like, grab that. See if we can steer a little bit. Okay. Good, so we're starting to get there. That's probably going to overstress the engine, so we're probably going to have to supercharge it, but we'll see. I also have a big bite out of the air with that propeller being set to neutral. Let's see if we can't supercharge this. I'm thinking it's going to have to get supercharged. There's really probably no way around it, frankly. Yeah, I just can't imagine not having to supercharge this. Yeah, I just can't think of how it would not have to get supercharged. So it's single cylinder. Like going to 2 cylinders is enough, but 1 is really super slow. See which one of you be in. Okay, I'm out. Perfect. Okay. I'll make it pretty later. I just want to get all the parts on. Yeah, I'll make this. I'm gonna have to move a bunch of stuff around to make it pretty, but it's all right for now. Let's see if it's possible to do a single cylinder. Double check this, make sure that's going out. It is. Okay, good. Let's see if we can get enough power out of this supercharged. All right, let's go constant number. Get 1. Let's stick it here for now. Screw it. What are you? What are you doing here? You're doing nothing. Good. You live here now. You go to neutral. Okay, and then I want to drop this down. Let's go 2-1. Point 2 is way too little. Got good revs going, but that's just too little. See if I can just find a crankshaft to touch here. There we go. That's just going to read the radiator out to me. I'm trying to read the crankshaft. I can't see the RPS on this. Almost can get to here. Nope, can't see the RPS. I'm going to probably need an impeller to run the water, too, for the radiator. Okay, let's... Jesus Christ, can I hit every button that's not the right button? Probably can. Probably have the skill to do that. Let's see, let's do 0.35. I just weren't taking a bite out of the air. Starting to have some promise there. Still feels weak, though. Wish I gotta put an RPS gauge so I can see what the hell I'm doing here. All right, so 15. Let's try to bump that up. All right, let's go up to... And let's drop this down again. Let's increase this a little. That sound a lot better. Okay, good. That's starting to give me some thrust. For now, I'm just going to do WS. Let's see. Let me see which way these turn. Nose down, that works. All right, let's just play with this for now. So WS will do directly into the pitch. And then I'll refine that later. But I want to see if we can get a takeoff. At least get it rolling fast enough for a potential takeoff, and then... Oh, come on, bitch. Okay, here we go. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Dear, you cocksucker. There we go, okay. It's, I gotta put flaps in here, too, so let's go... Do I have any key for flaps? Not really. I need to add 1 and 2 could be flaps. Let's do 1 and 2 for now. So let's do push, push. So 1 flaps up, 2 flaps down. Yeah, let's see. Let's just do a throttle for now for flaps, and I'll fix it later. Try to get a takeoff here. Got good rotation on the propeller. Good rotation on the propeller. All right, good. Let's go. put it in. Where do we want to put it in here? How much space do we have here? Flaps props there. Let's make space for pass through here. Okay, so we won't put it there. Let's just do. I'm just gonna do a quick function in here. So let's go seat. This is gonna be. All right, so that's going to be 10% of the flaps will go to the prop. Let me see if it's negative. I got to look. Let's see. That's positive. That needs to be negative. Okay. So that needs to be negative. Nope. Okay, let's do that. I could just flip it too, but start with this like this. Oh, wait, no. I didn't hook anything up, did I? Nope. Yeah, I'm backwards to where I want them anyway, but we'll work with it. What the fuck? Oh, I didn't hook the seat up either. That would do it. It's really not enough on the prop. Okay. Change the prop multiplier to... So I'm trying to get it when I go full throttle. I don't want that nose pitching down at all when the flaps are in. So it's not as bad, but it's still pitching the nose down. There we go. See the nose lifting up now? There we go. That's too much now? Okay. So this is where it's going to get real particular is on here. So let's do 0.4. Got to do this flap real quickly. So that's about takeoff flap there, probably. I really don't see a way to get a single engine to perform well enough. I just don't. A single cylinder. I doubt we're accelerating right now. let's go ahead and get rid of this. Let's put in, I need a linear speed, so I know what speed I'm moving here. All right, for expediency's sake, let's see, do we add a, let's do it now. Let's go ahead and we'll add a cylinder on this. See, the other thing too is I don't think this pump will offer enough liquid movement to get me cooled anyway, so I think I'm probably going to have to go to, I would say I'm probably going to have to go to a to an impeller for the cooling, like I have on the other build. Let's try that. Yeah, just one cylinder is really tough to get enough power out of. Just massively tough. Yeah, one cylinder I think is just a lost cause trying to get it done. And then 0.4 is still too much by a little bit. Nice little loopy, little inverted flight. Nice. Let's check the speed. I bet we're going fast too. That's not bad. It's 140 knots. So I can run at a lot lower RPS, I think. I need to see what the rotation speed is on this. That's working pretty well so far. All right, good little test bed here. Let's drop the percentage and increase the flap. Let's go down to 0.3. Let's go full flap on takeoff. Let's go ahead. Let's increase this by 3.1. I want to see what speed we rotate at. Let's go ahead and do this. Oh my god. B. Press the fucking B key. Jesus. Let's see. That's RPS. Okay, that's fine. Let's see. Let's run it like this. Let's add a little bit of prop pitch while I'm at it. Let's go to, what do we got, 0.5? That's pretty high. Let's go 6.5. All right, let's run that. We got a surplus of power now, so we can start using it. Okay. Let's go like this. I'm already annoyed by the flap speed. Let's go. There we go. All right, so way too much in the prop. Okay. Let's decrease that multiplier by, let's bring it down to 1/3. Because at first I wasn't going full flap. Now I want to go full flap. So, plus we're moving the prop a lot faster. So, all right. So now 1 is not enough. Speeds up like a mother, but it's going to have issues with taking off. So it's going to need a little bit different of a number there. Once we get in the air, we don't really need the prop to do any sort of correction. But for takeoff, it's helpful. This is the friction. It's overcoming the friction of the tires. Like, you see how big the propeller is? I would like it if it was half that diameter. That's the problem. Like, we'd be able to make a 1-cylinder work if I could get the prop to be half that diameter. Alright. Let's see what speed we're going. We're probably going pretty fast now. Oh yeah, we're getting 200 knots. That's nuts. Okay. Alright, so we need a little bit more on the prop. Let's go 0.15. I'm trying to determine a middle position. Alright, so still pitching the nose down. Try not to hit this mountain on the way up. There we go. Climbs like a mother. Alright, so we need a little bit more. Let's go to 2. 2.5 was too high if I remember, so. Flaps coming in. Still pitching the nose down, so not by much, so that's actually not bad. We're probably real close there. Alright, that looks like that's going to be too much. Going to do a backflip. Alright. Alright, so let's go ahead and see where we want this to be. So 0.25 seems like too much. So let's go ahead and do 0.15 and clamp it. Now let's try this here. I was pulling back way too hard too, and the other thing is you're stalling there. It was just not going fast enough to really take off. So like I have to do a lot of back pressure to account for the propeller, and that was okay. There we go. So I don't want any back pressure on takeoff really, and so it's still trying to pitch me up too much. So I probably want to. Pitching me up this bad, I want to I will double it in half the flaps. Let's do that. So let's go 0.3 on this. Let's go, that's fine. And that's be negative. That's fine. We'll keep that like that. This will get a function. X divided by 2. Okay. They have too much flap there was the problem. Part of the problem. That still looks like full flap to me. Yeah, why the fuck is the flap going to full flap? I just put in a function. What is going on here? What did I screw up my math here? Let's just do it in here. Why am I doing it out there? 0.5. That's silly of me to do it in there. Let's do that. So I'll bring it to max 1.5. Okay. Let's increase this just a hair. Flaps coming down. There we go. It's not too bad there. That's pretty close to where I want it. Still, I'm fighting to keep the nose down because of the extra lift in the front. But now if we put the flaps up, it straightens right out and it's good. So let's see. We still have too much pull up on the nose. So you see, this is all friction problems here. The wheels are pushing into the ground. And I'm trying to have the prop fix it. The problem is, as soon as the friction's gone, the prop is trying to tip us backwards. So that's partly a friction problem there. That's a friction problem, which it kind of sucks. I have to overcome the friction with the prop. But I'm going to do what you got to do, I guess, you know. Let's see. It's going to get real particular on this. So this is 3-2. Oh, you know what it is? It's backwards now. It's probably didn't invert it right. Let me check it. Let's check the inversion on here. I bet that was probably what it was. Nope, it's still negative x. So it'll be negative 0.5 times 3 should be negative 0.15. Let's just, we'll do a quick hard test on this, make sure it's coming out right. I'll check chat in a second, guys. I'm just kind of in the middle of this. Move, donkey. Could use the longer wheelbase, would help. Prop. Give me the prop info. Give me the prop info. Come on. Just stand on the wheel, you jackass. All right. Negative 0.15 is correct. Okay. Let's get a little bit of mass on the front. How are we looking there? It's a little bit. I need more. Let's move the engine forward just a little bit. Could flip the whole prop too to just not have to invert that, but it's not that hard to just invert the logic out. So. God damn. Knew I was gonna miss some shit. I did. All right, there's a big CG movement forward. So that should help some. Okay, this should get moved. All right, it's a big CG movement forward, so that should help with some of it. Bunch of stuff. Oh, shit, I didn't put the flaps down. There we go, flaps down now. There we go. That's nice. That's nice right there. That's perfect. Okay. About perfect right there. Put the flaps up. Oh yeah, baby. That's much better. A little bit of CG movement helped. Maybe trail out the rears a little bit. I really just wish we could get smaller propellers too. That propeller's a little bit on the large side for me. About at least 25% bigger. Oh, look at all them animals. Nice. Flies pretty well. I like this. I wanted to make one smaller than the other two, so this is kind of going to be the small one. A little bit of torque, so if I take my hands off, see the torque? That would be propeller torque, so... You know, a little bit of trim on the aileron fixes that. Just a hair of aileron trim. There we go, right there. A little aileron trim, counteract the torque. That's too much. That's about right there. Okay. Yep, that's perfect right there. So no wing segments on here at all. So yeah, so you don't really need them. We'll see what the mass is. The mass isn't that heavy, so. And more alligators, cocodrillo down there. Cocodrillo. Kind of overdue the width of my mains. I'll try to read chat. I've just been trying to take this off. Yes, the propeller arrows matter, so I'm running a negative number to my propeller because the arrow's pointing down. I could flip the propeller up, and I wouldn't have to put a negative to it, but it's a quick negative X, and it fixes it. So I just did that instead of flipping the propeller. But yeah, you can flip the propeller for the pitch of it. And then if the propeller's backwards, you're gonna have to run a negative collective number to it. Yes, yep. Okay, good. You guys working that problem out. Yeah, prop doesn't look dangerous at all, huh? Yeah, I was just flying well. Let's see our speed. 77, so we're going a good, we're going a good 140 knots. That's pretty nuts. Yeah, we'll see what the temperature's doing here. I bet it's getting hot. Like, we're getting all right. We're doing about 40 liters per second. That's not terrible. Let's see what I can't read the temp from here, probably. We're 15 RPS, so that's not bad. So we can cut down. I have it set to 30, so what we'll do is we'll set it probably to... I wasn't even at full throttle yet. Okay, I'm at full throttle now. So the reason I went to 30 was so that I could get it as high as I needed it. And then I can reduce it from there. So, like, we're doing 200 knots almost, 180 knots. Which is nuts. Like when I read the FARs for it, you saw that IRL, they're only supposed to go max 55 knots. So another 5.5 on that, so 61 miles an hour. So I'll probably down this to 20 again. Because I can't read the temperature on this. Is overheating on? Let's make sure overheating's on. I want to burn this up. Okay. Just making sure that only infinite electricity is on. Yep. And then we will burn up if we overheat. So now, well, the challenge, it's a short course. I always recommend people build to actually be usable. So like, it's going to be going a short distance. You don't want it to burn up 5 seconds after that short distance. It drops the utility. It's always fun when you can have a challenge, build, and then you want to use it afterward. That's kind of nice. Part of why I like these is these are really fun for just transporting yourself from place to place in career. It's kind of nice. Instead of just teleporting, this is, I think, a lot more engaging and fun than teleporting. Teleporting gets kind of boring. Just being able to go everywhere. There's something fun about, like, oh, I have to spawn a vehicle. That's why I started using the Patway there to get around. So I'm fighting currently. I'm fighting the downforce because I have not trimmed yet. So, like, I should even be able to put some sort of minimal gyro in here because I'm using the wing space. Like, you see how much microcontroller I put in there so far? Like that one panel mostly. And then I'm working on that second panel, but I've only used, 4 nodes out of it? 3 nodes, something like that. So, like, I have plenty of microcontroller space. I could put a gyro in here. You know, the stock gyro is a little bit bulky to get in here, but the like I really like the other ultralight. It's a little bit rolly because it has the large control surfaces. With these tiny little ugly control surfaces, I don't have any roll problem. My hands are off it. It's not super rolly because it doesn't have enormous control surfaces. So it's pretty good. Like if I put more flap in this, I could probably get the stall speed slower, which would be nice. But like I have no gyro on this, and I really don't. You know, it would be nice for a little bit of smoothing, but it doesn't have to be that much. And you can add, for example, you could do a PID with what do you call it? Angular momentum on the roll axis, on the longitudinal axis. And you could use it as a damper, so it just dampens it out. That's all the gyro's doing, is it's a dampening force. It's essentially you're feeding in what you want, it's comparing it to the angular momentum, and then it's damping it. So that's it. That's all it's really doing. So, all right, let's try to get a landing in here. That was a fun little build. Yeah, I'm kind of focused on trying to get it as small as possible, and let's actually go and land it where it's supposed to go. So like it's gonna be taken off there. Like you notice, I don't have infinite fuel on. I did not pre-prime the fuel tank, so we only have 4 liters, and I haven't run out of fuel yet. So you notice you don't need a lot of fuel, so that's kind of nice. You know, when we read the FARs, it said, you know, you can only have a maximum of 5 gallons of fuel. Part of that, again, is, right, if you crash this thing into somebody's house, you don't have a ton of fuel to be setting fires, you know. You know, you don't have to, in the U.S., you don't have to have a medical, you don't have to have a pilot's license to run one of these, and so, you know, you could have somebody who can't get a flight medical anymore because they're prone to heart attacks, and they have a heart attack in this, and they crash into your house. Well, it only weighs, you know, 200-something pounds, and it only has 5 gallons of gasoline on it, you know, because they're probably running gas. They're probably not running avgas in these. They could be, but I doubt it. I think Rotexes are running straight gas. I can't remember. Maybe not. Maybe the Rotexes are running avgas. Let's come back around. So again, go around if you're not happy with your approach. Like I have too much lift right now with these flaps where they're at, so I'm actually gonna back them off a little bit. We'll go like there. I had too much lift, so I have to force the nose down. So like even that is too much lift for me. So let's check our speed. So we're doing pretty well. We're probably close to stall speed there. Yeah, we're at 100 knots. Let's get a little slower. Let's try like a 35. Trying for like 35. Let's add some flap back in now. Okay, there's max flap again. So I might add some more flaps on this. We'll see. I'd like to get the stall speed slow on this. Currently, it's pretty high. Currently, we're at 100 knots. The what do you call it? Antonov 2, I was able to get really slow, but that's like one of my only planes I can get that slow. You know, you're gonna notice it's gonna be real wallowy. See how it's like it's going left, right, left, right. When you get slow, you're not getting much airflow over your control surfaces, both IRL and in game, and it will get wallowy like this, as you just, you know, it takes a lot more larger deflection to make any change. You know, you're redirecting airflow, and you don't have a lot of airflow at slow speed, so it takes a lot. That was the other ultralight. I still have some good airflow. No, I still have good control because I have very large control surfaces. This one I went for smaller control surface, so it does get wallowy, but that feels realistic to me. Try not to chop the power here. All right, go around. All right, let's see. A little bit too much flap there, so let's pull some flap off. Could try no flap landing too. I know some of the ultralights have flaps, some don't, so they kind of stay in that regime of flight the whole time. They're not like ever going to real like economy type of cruise. Yeah, they don't need to clean up much. Alright, I'm going to try to stick this landing, so it could be disastrous here. Trying to stick it, trying to stick it, trying to stick it. No, crap. Go around, go around, go around, go around, go around. Inverted. Alright, I recovered that barely. It could use some more flap, I think. It's a little bit anemic on flap. A little bit celebratory roll there. Let's put a little flap on this, see if we get some better performance. I'm not happy with how high the stall speed is. It's pretty damn high. So let's go ahead and let's do it. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's grab control. Ooh, these are big, man. Yeah, we need an intermediary size between these. If I put it here, it's going to screw up my XMLing. Oh, shit, I can't even put it there. Wowza. These things are... What? Why are we having so many... Oh, it's because of this. Okay. That's all right, then. All right, I'm going to get rid of that for now, that hose for now. That would be why. All right. I thought it was actually touching, so that's still going to... It's going to screw with my XML, but we'll put them there for now. I want to see if I can really impact this. It's a lot of flap now, so we'll see. Let's try... Do I want to try this or not? Let's play with that. I was going to add upside-down wing segments on the tail. I think I'm going to not. So I'm trying not to force the tail down because it will take care of itself, theoretically, after a second. I hit a bump, which was not good. See, it's like initially, until it gets some... Fuck, it hits that lip every time, and it really pisses me off. I'm going to taxi over that lip first, and then see what we can do here. Probably don't need that much flap as I did before, because they're much bigger now. I'm going to gently taxi over this bump that keeps catching me. And because I have bigger flaps, I probably want to counteract with more prop. Yeah, definitely. Okay. I need more prop because the flaps are much bigger now. Okay. There we go. All right, we're already flattened out a little bit better there. There we go. All right, so that's too much. Let's go down. Trying to get this stall speed to be lower. There we go. There we go. All right. All right, let's do a little slow flight. So you practice this IRL, you practice slow flight, where you want to put in your flaps, and then you'll fly around as slow as you can right on the edge of stall. So, like, I need a ton of down pressure here to fight the extra lift I get off the prop and the... So 0.4 is probably still too much. So let's go in a slow flight and see what we can do here. Not ideal, just having to look at my linear speed sensor, but... See if I can get to, like, 35, I'll be happy. Ooh, that's behaving pretty well right now. That's pretty good, man. Let's see what my speed is. 50, yeah. Gotta get that drag down. Come on, 35. Give me 35. 35, 35, 35, 35. That's still 80 knots. Alright, so like now, don't really have much control. Because I'm using the, unfortunately, I'm using the propeller for part of my lift. And so when I pull it back too much, I lose all that lift. So that's really not ideal. So yeah, unfortunately, I need the power up to get this to do it. And so like I get 80 knots. All right, let's bring that back. Where the hell are we here? All right, let's read a little chat. All right, I'll see you later there, Jader. I think I said bye to him already. It just has to make it to Benson's. That's it. Just has to make it to Benson's garage. That is it. All right, let's see. Let's go. Flappa dappa dappa, flappa dappa dappa do. All right, and let's go. Yep, come on, come on, come on, come on. Quickly stop screwing around. There we go. That's beautiful right there. That flies pretty well there. That's better like that with some more flap. The flap above flaps. All right, let's go ahead and let's try something. Might make it look a little donkey. Let me see if I can fix it. But... All right, try this for now. Gotta give me a little more torque by pushing those a little bit. Then we have a little bit of a tail lift issue, so let's go. See how big these are? That's my problem. That fixes that a little bit. Okay. Trying to make this look good is going to be hard. Looks friggin' donkey tits right there. So 309 on the mass, 3100 on the money. All right, so see how much is lifting up the tail, but once we get some airspeed, let's see how it behaves. It's gonna cartwheel us there. Okay. So the other option is, see, the problem is in the air, I want that to be up, and I want it down when I'm not in the air. So let's try flipping it. See if I can get some down pressure on this and make it work. Might be a disastrous idea. I haven't saved this in a while, which was a mistake, but I can fix all the issues too. Flies pretty well. Not bad. I'm not getting the, see, let me try to fix some stuff here. Let's flip you again. And let's go in here and let's increase this to 3.5. There we go. That was pretty short takeoff. I'm having to fight it like a mother, though. Once I get it up and going, it's nice. So this should help with my slow flight, adding a little bit of wing there. Could put in wing segments on part of the wing to try to get a little extra lift out of it. Try some of that. So I do have a lot of space for microcontrollers right now, more than I probably need. So let's go. Let's see how big a wing segment is. Yeah, I'd have to move all of my, it would swell it up even bigger. And I can't cover the microcontroller if that sits there. That's not going to work. All right, that's fine. I wish I hadn't dicked with that tail too much, but let's go ahead. I'm going to save this. Probably take a break. That was, so that's kind of coming along nicely. It's nice and small and compact. So we're, like, right now we're at 309 and 3110. So a lot of space to, you know, to make some pretty light builds. So definitely possible, definitely working. So that's good. Yeah, that's good to kind of get a small one. Let's read some chat real quick. I have never used the prop to roll the plane. The ailerons are rolling the plane. Yeah, I don't use the prop to roll the plane. Oh, I thought you were talking to me. I see. All right, let me quickly, let's find the members. All right, so special thanks to the members: Sada Mountain, Connor Boyle, Danny, Sergeant Chaos, Aaron Repairs All, Rasmus, Manny VR, Citrus, Anton Anderson, and Zach. Thank you guys for being members. Thank you to Chicken Store for being a patron. If you guys are interested in becoming a member or a patron, you can check in the description below. If you guys are new and have not subscribed, please consider subscribing. And if you guys would like the video, if you enjoyed it, appreciate that, and watch some of the other ones. That is always helpful. So thank you guys, and we'll see you in the next one.